Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being so patient. Can I request you all to be seated? Brace yourselves, wear your seatbelts, because the show is about to begin. I'd like to start by thanking and calling out our partners and sponsors, our banking partner, HSBC, tourism partner, Rajasthan Tourism, knowledge partner, Galgotias University, skincare partner, Lavier, and the venue partner, this magnificent venue, Geo World Convention Center. I request you to have a look around because this is a magnificent venue and this is an august occasion that I welcome you to today. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ayush Alavadi, and it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the Fortune India MPW 100 Most Powerful Women. Tonight, or this evening, we gather here to celebrate an extraordinary group of women leaders, the marquee and flagship achievers who are shaping India's future across every conceivable sector. Today, we won't just acknowledge progress, we'll amplify it. The women on this year's Fortune India Most Powerful Women list are not merely leading companies, they're redefining industries, pioneering innovation, and setting new benchmarks for success. What truly distinguishes this year's list is its incredible diversity. From every corner of India's professional landscape, from corporate titans to legal luminaries to entrepreneurial disruptors and cultural icons. Each leader we honor tonight embodies resilience, vision, and transformative power. Their stories are a testament to what's possible when talent meets opportunity, and a powerful inspiration for us all. So with a warm welcome to you all, let the show begin. Now, you've been a fantastic audience, especially at the back. So I'm going to test the decibel levels over here, just to be sure everyone's charged up for this evening. A huge round of applause for the audience, right at the back. That is my target group, because I see everyone is active there. This is now going to be a packed stadium or a packed venue, because there is a very special panel that we're going to start off. But before that, we need to have the captain of the ship to address everyone. To delve deeper into the insights and vision behind this remarkable list, it gives me immense pleasure to invite on stage the person who truly steers the ship at Fortune India. Any marks for guessing there, guys? Please join me in extending a very warm welcome, and I'm trying to spot him in the audience, to the editor-in-chief at Fortune India, Saurav Majumdar. He was right there, captain of the ship. A huge round of applause. I tested it at the back. Over to you, Saurav.
Thank you, Ayush. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Fortune India and the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, allow me to extend a very warm welcome to you to the Fortune India Most Powerful Women event this evening. MPW, as we call it, is not just another event. It is a celebration of the power women have to break barriers and drive change across sectors and industries. It is a gathering of India's finest minds, people who have unhesitatingly and fearlessly chased their dreams and made them come true, empowering 1 million others to follow their path. These women achievers, who you will see and hear this evening, are catalysts of change and progress as India moves ahead to 2047 and its Viksit Bharat ambition. This year's MPW is also special for one important reason. This year, we have expanded the list from the earlier 50 to 100 women achievers. We believe that a country as diverse and vast as India should celebrate more women doing groundbreaking work in their respective fields, and having an expanded list enables us to bring in more people whose work deserves to be celebrated. And there will be many more who will demand their rightful place on this list in the years to come by the sheer impact of the work they do and the leadership they demonstrate. That is what we look forward to at Fortune India year after year as we undertake this exercise of putting together the MPW list. This year's list, as always, also has a mix of achievers from various sectors: policymaking, manufacturing, healthcare, law, media, entertainment, and many others. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in challenging times. In the US, as many of you know, there is a debate around diversity and inclusion and whether that impacts meritocracy. But leading voices we spoke to while putting together the MPW issue also explained why diversity, equity, and inclusion is critical for business and growth. Diversity, however, must be followed in spirit and not just as a tick-in-the-box activity. In India, leaders must ensure women in the workforce get an equal opportunity to grow. They must make sure that the leaky pipeline of talent, that is, women opting out of the workforce because of family issues, get the chance to resume their corporate journey. Despite the wins, India therefore still has work to do in terms of gender. Just 3.2% leaders of India Inc. are women, according to a 2024 Fortune India SPGen IMR study on enhancing women leadership in India Inc. has found. India still ranks 129th out of 146 in gender parity, according to the World Economic Forum's 2024 Global Gender Gap Report. These statistics, in fact, emphasize why the MPW is even more critical in these times. But there's some good news as well. The good news is that change is taking place. The government's periodic labor force survey shows that the rural female labor force participation rate has increased significantly by 23 percentage points to 47.6% between 2017-18 and 2023-24. That is why we need more achievers like the MPW listers to lead the way. Over the course of this evening, you will hear several leading voices debating and discussing the role of women in various areas, from climate change to entrepreneurship to content creation and more. We will also be joined by India's former G20 Sherpa, Amitabh Kant, and of course by our chief guest, Nitin Gadkari, the Union Minister of Road Transport and Highways, both of whom are very passionate about women empowerment. I will not stand between you and what promises to be a very engaging and exciting evening. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to you for being with us, and I do hope you enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saurav, for that captivating speech. We're going to be delving deeper into a captivating panel to really set the tone for the evening. I'm going to keep checking for decibel levels. Are we good at the back? Are the energy levels high? Yes, they are. See, that's my audience, guys. I'm just saying. Now, the first session is all about women as climate warriors. Very germane to this evening. The world is staring at a climate change crisis, and unfortunately, it's women and children who are the worst impacted, especially in developing countries. Climate-led businesses are increasingly preferring to hire more women in their workforce, as they believe that women are the worst impacted. They would then obviously be more sensitive, and hence they would drive impact more efficiently. This lovely panel is going to consist of Vaishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder and chairperson, Renew and Sustainability. Dipali Goenka, CEO and Managing Director, Wellspun Living. Preeti Bajaj, CEO and MD, Luminous Power Technologies. Ritu Gangrade Arora, CEO and CIO, Allianz Investment Management Asia Pacific. And it will be moderated by my brilliant colleague, Ajita Shashidhar. A huge round of applause, please.
Thank you, Ayush, and welcome all of you, and welcome and thank you so much to all my dear panelists who have made so much of effort to come early. Many of them are winners today. You're going to see them on the stage later during the evening. But I really appreciate all of you to take so much time ahead of time and come here. So women as climate warriors. So Ayush just mentioned that women are the worst impacted when it comes to climate disruptions. And as you all know, floods, earthquakes, heat waves have become a way of life. And unfortunately, 80% of the people who are impacted are women. But what is heartening is that research shows that women are the best equipped to lead climate-related businesses. And again, all the wonderful ladies here are solving for climate change in one way or the other. So I would like to start with you, Vaishali. So research suggests that women's participation in climate change, women's participation in the workforce and climate change go in hand. And you are like doing a lot of, I've talked to you many times and you're doing a lot of work in solving for climate change. Why not, how about you telling our audience as to how are they related together? How are they correlated? How is women participation in the workforce and climate change really correlated?
Yeah, hi, Jayata. First of all, thank you for putting this panel together, and I want to congratulate the magazine for this list and the expansion to 100, and I think it's very encouraging and motivating for many women, as it's quite difficult for women to get into the workforce even now. It may not seem that way, but that is a stark reality, and we see that not only in India, but globally. I think there are two different things. Women and climate, as Mr. Allahabadi mentioned and Saurabh mentioned, that women are at the receiving end of climate. I think more than 80% of women actually solve for issues on the ground when it comes to climate-related problems. So they are problem solvers. But when it comes to finding jobs and areas of impact, whether it's policy at the highest level or it's on the grassroots, even in the farms working, they never consulted, either at the policy level or at the grassroots level. So the fact is, it's an untapped area which requires the supply is there, but the demand is not really in place. And so whether it is institutions who must have leaders, in our company, I'm from Renew, which is a leading renewable energy company. In fact, it's a decarbonizing platform. We have 40% diversity on our board, right? And I want to say that it makes a huge difference. And over the last 4 years, since COVID, our D&I ratio has improved by 80%, right? So the fact is that when you have women leading, you have the actual impact by specific processes, initiatives, policy changes taking place on the ground. And as far as climate and business is concerned, I think they're not separate anymore. I think no business can operate in a world of today without climate sort of solving for climate at the heart of what they do, whether it is fashion, whether it is oil and gas, whether it is transportation, any sector. Finance, you really do need to have green at the heart of whatever you do. And I've personally always looked at women's participation in the workforce as a participation very blind to gender, because I do believe that women are better at the workplace. Wow. So we don't really need to do more for them. We need to learn more from them. So that's my take.
Dipali, I would now like to come to you. You run a manufacturing facility and a sector like textiles, which is kind of known to be, which has always been on the wrong side of the news for, creating climate-related issues. And you're trying to change that narrative, and you are hiring a lot of women on your manufacturing facilities. So can you tell us what really is the correlation of having more women in the workforce, and how do they help in solving for climate change?
So first of all, I think it's really a pleasure to be here amongst all of you.
Thank you.
Women are leading the change, and I think the day we stop talking about women being there and the men, I think it's a world where we need both. And when I started working at Welspun, there were 7% women in the organization, and today we have 30% women. The importance of having women in the workforce, and I think we work around with 20,000 people at Welspun Living Limited. The women who's buying your product is the person who's buying the product is a woman. The person who's making that decision, at the other side of the table, for me, the merchant is a woman. So I think the importance of a woman is there. For me, that's what I realized when I started working. Today, I can say that women in the workforce can really make an impact. Today, with 30% women working at Welspun Living Limited, earlier, we did a program, and I want to tell you that while we can say that, the women, this is a problem, but I think we have to solve for it. We did a program with an NGO where we just not only did about sensitivity about hygiene with the women, multitasking with the women, but we also trained the family, about how to share the workload. And actually, that's what really made an impact. That time, from 7% to 30%, having women in the workforce really made a lot of impact. And I always believe when you lead an organization, you don't lead it in the organization, but also make an impact in the communities. So we have a program called SPUN, where we upcycle rags. So we talked about textiles being the culprit. We actually upcycle around 2 tons of rags every month, where women make cushions and rugs out of it, and they earn around 20,000 rupees, and they operate their bank account. So when you say that, how the impact and what the women can do a whole lot of things. Women, on the other side, how, the communities where they are earning their own living, in the workforce where the women can, really lead and not only earn and become a breadwinner, but really can make decisions. And I feel it's not about just here. The programs that we do in the villages, where we have the programs called the Well Netritva, where they do entrepreneur training, where they're earning their own living. The program of digitization and upskilling the women. So, the whole idea here, Ajita, is about women can change the world, they can be the change, they can impact the world, and I think they are leading from the front. So I can just say that by the end of it, climate is something where women lead by purpose. Women want to think that they want to make an impact. And I think that's where we all need to really make the way for the women.
Thank you so much. Coming to you, Preeti. So India is becoming a leader in green growth, and with the potential to unlock at least $1 trillion in value by 2030. And it also is looking at creating 35 million jobs. So while women-led businesses are supposed to be good for, are more equipped to solve for climate change, there's also a skilling issue. I'm told that only 10% of women have at least one green skill. And skilling is a big issue. And you also are hiring a lot of women in your manufacturing facilities. So it'll be interesting to hear from you as to what kind of conversations are you having with them? How are you skilling them?
Fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations to everyone who's joined this elite list, and thanks to Fortune India. Just before I start my answer, by a show of hands, does everybody know where Baddi is? Okay, great. So it's like a slightly remote town close to Panchkula or Chandigarh, for the want of a better word. Essentially, Baddi is where our inverter or power electronics manufacturing plant is. And just to give you some idea of scale, we are the largest inverter manufacturer of India. And I am proud to say that we might be the only company in the country that is led by a woman in power electronics fully. So we were very intentional about this. In 2022, we looked at our production lines and we said, what can we do to bring women into the tech sector as well as the manufacturing sector? The two are not mutually exclusive. That's the guiding principle with which we work. That's part number one. Part number two, we looked at our transformer assembly lines. And by the way, my industrial head is a man, so he's not here today, but Rajiv Ganju partnered me all the way on this, and we built a vision. We said, we will have 100% women doing the transformer assembly. We produce 98% of the transformers that go into 3 million inverters in this country. That's a fair number of production of transformers. There were a few issues, Ajita. One is the men said, hang on a second, we've never worked with women on our production lines. And then they also said that the transformers are heavy. So are they going to be able to lift them? My CTO, who is also a man, Ganesh Murthy, partnered with me and my industrial head, Rajiv, and said, we can redesign these transformers. And we redesigned the OEM equipment for actually lifting those transformers through semi-automation equipment, and we asked our machine manufacturers to do that. It actually engendered the entire community in that, and while we were redoing that, we were innovating. We were creating jobs in the allied industries that were suppliers to us, and not to mention that we were upskilling the women who were actually going to then do transformers for India's largest manufacturing company. So here we were very proud, like we have today. This happened in 2022. 2 years later, 3 years later, as we sit here in 2025, those transformers in our nation are produced 100% by women. 40 women produce those transformers. So if you ever have a power backup or a solar inverter in your house by Luminous, you are driving not only the economy forward, you yourself are not only the climate warrior, you are actually contributing to the societal impact the women are making. So thank you for your support of Luminous inverters. The second piece which we did, the men said, we don't know how to hang out with them. And I'm a big believer of, look, I'm in a male-dominated industry. I'm the first woman who led a battery company also in the country. By the way, when I was hired, everybody said, Sachi mein ladki chala legi? Sach mein? So here we are, 4 years later. So I said, okay, we have to make friends. And I have 3 principles by which I share this with my teams and all the women who join me in this drive for being a climate warrior, but more than that, being commercially viable and profitable and relevant for the next 10 years to come. We have to take our space. That renewed economy that is coming, we will not miss this revolution. And there are 3 Ds that I share with my team members all the time. D number 1, dare. Dare to go out of the convention. It's okay, because there are other daring women who are in Luminous to support you. And if you've decided to dare, the second D is do. Do the skilling to be part of this new economy that is coming. So that would apply to our PCBA lines, to our transformer lines, to the solar PV training course, in which I'm also grateful that Australian High Commission has partnered us, which is for men and women, to the LAMP program that we run for girls, 78% of them are girls, to train them in STEM skills, all of that. Do the skilling and do the work. And third, demonstrate. Demonstrate that you are able to deliver. To that effect, I attribute my award to the women who actually increased the 8% throughput yield of that transformer line, to the women who make every PCB in my company, and to the men who support them every day. Thank you.
Wow. Coming to you, Vaishali.
Oh, okay. I was just going to add to that.
Okay. I remember you telling me in one of our interviews that you've been training women, mine workers, as solar
Skilling.
Yeah. So I'm sure you would like to tell us a little bit about that.
I just want to say that I can't agree more with you, Preeti. It's really, it's really what we can do just to see what women are made of. I think sometimes we just look at the lens from what is it that we can do for them. I'm a firm believer that I don't think we need to do so much for women. I think they deserve a lot more than what's out there. And yeah, we have to keep daring and so on and so forth. In fact, in some of our boardroom meetings, as the renewable energy sector over the last decade, I just want to talk about that for a second, was growing, the boardroom conversations were, often about there's not enough manpower. And, we were like, well, we do have women power. There's so many women in rural India where, they know how to go to work. They're working in areas which are not very remunerative. So we really need to go and skill them and, fill the gap. Fill the gap at the workplace in the renewables sector. So we worked with SEWA, which is an NGO in Gujarat, and they work pan-India, to design a program to reskill salt pan workers. That's a program called Surya, where a lot of them are employed not only in our sites, but various sites in Gujarat, in Rajasthan, etc. And I must tell you that it's not that we are doing them a favor, they're doing us a favor. We've taken our board to one of our sites, and these young women were like, we don't want to just work as, kind of part of the team here. We can really be managers. So what are the other jobs you have for us? And they were asking this of the board members. So I guess, Dipali, you operate in Gujarat, and you've seen the women there are really full of so much self-confidence that it's really endearing to see. Why are we leaving them behind? It's just not right. So there's enough potential there. So we are also working in Dhanbad, with IIT Dhanbad, to reskill women there. But the unique thing about that program is that we are reskilling coal mine workers, but we are reskilling the couples because they have to migrate from there. So as they migrate, it's more likely that they'll be able to go for a job with their spouse. So we're doing kind of couple skilling there, and then hopefully we'll be able to get them sort of to pivot from coal to renewables. So that's another program we're doing. We're working on a couple of other programs. We're working with the Australian High Commission as a part of the Prime Minister's Surya Ghar Yojana, and the Green Skill Council for reskilling women. Again, just gathering a lot of the women and reskilling them and skilling them so that we can feed in the gap in the renewable energy sector.
But how much have their incomes gone up ever since they got solar?
A lot.
Yeah,
it's a lot. So let me tell you, a salt pan worker's income has gone up by 10 times in a year. Because, as a salt pan worker, they're employed half the year. But after the skilling, they can work throughout the year at a multiple time of what they earn every month. Of course, their health and the living conditions and all of that also improve significantly. We are also working with ITIs across India, where we are, curating renewable energy courses and building specialized courses so that the young graduates can come and work on our manufacturing facilities and various other opportunities in the sector as well. So right from the communities to the ITIs, and of course we hire from the best schools like IITs, etc., where we bring in about 50% young graduates who enter the workplace at ReNew.
Dipali would, thank you, Vaishali. Dipali, would you comment, before I move to Ritu, I have quite a few investment-related questions to ask her, but before I move on to her, would you have anything to share about how you skill your women employees at your manufacturing facility, and also what kind of conversations do you have with them? What are their concerns and how do you deal with it?
So when you talk about manufacturing, I think for us, it is about, making that, spinning, weaving, and processing, and the cut and sew, and the entire process. And I think when you think about manufacturing, you'll think about the machines. But I think with us, we are 100% automated. Industry 4.0 AI is a very important aspect. I met somebody here in the audience, and she said one of her students is working with us. So we also talk about analytics here. So like for me, because we are present in more than 70 countries across the globe, and at the front end, what the consumer will buy is kind of what the data you really need. So you have these young kids who are data scientists who are working as well. While at the factories, when you're talking about, these are not just girls who are working there, they're also looking at the complete entire supply chain. Because for us, when you talk about cotton and the entire gamut of things, it's blockchain. You also need to know that, okay, what that consumer is going to buy is what you're going to make. So what you're going to make on the machine. So it's again about the projections, the complete analytics. So while you should have these skill sets of what you're doing on the machines, you also need to understand the data. So that's the kind of upskilling that we do with them on digital platforms. So when you're teaching them not only Industry 4.0, you're also teaching them AI. So, I think you'll not believe it or not imagine, we make 1 million units of towels every single day. So when you're doing the towel counting, you get human fatigue. So one of our girls made this program where you could do the towel counting with AI. And she got herself registered on NASSCOM and they won. So these are these things in a kind of a remote area in Kutch is something where the women are doing. So it's about confidence and believing in themselves. I think there's a lot of things when you talk about technology or arming them with skills, it's also about a belief in themselves. Because when I started working 25 years back, it was not about just with my skill sets that I started working. It was about the belief that, yes, I can do it. Yes, I'll have somebody. And I think more than anything else, you need support from your family. You need support from your peers. And also you need support from, kind of team of women supporting women. And I think that's what it was, Ajita. So more than anything else, it's about the confidence that the women need to say that, okay, they can do it. So I think that's what I believe and, instill in. Even in the communities when the women are earning their living, it is about, yes, they can do and they can earn. It's about the data analyst sitting there who can say that, okay, I can sit and run this program for Walmart and go and sit in front of the customer. That designer who's sitting and working and saying that, okay, I can make the most beautiful product or design, is something that is the belief that she can do. So, it is a multifaceted thing that you have to continuously do. And in textiles, it's not just about manufacturing. It is about that consumer at the last mile. You're making that design thinking program for that consumer, what she's going to buy. To that, again, about sustainability. I think I must tell everybody that, we have these farm workers whom we got ahead. So when we talk about, farmers, you have mainly in your mind male farmers, but there are these female farmers who make more than 60% of the workforce at the farms. So getting them ahead, making them kind of, giving them that respect, I think in the terms of cotton was a very important aspect of a program that we did. So I think it's in the entire supply chain, Ajita, that you continue to skill and upskill. Whether it's in the villages, whether it's in the communities, whether it's in the farms, whether it's in the machine, on the machines, or whether it's a global supply chain that you're talking about. And you have to constantly do that. And it's upskilling, and it's about, last but not the least, and the most important thing is belief in yourself. Because I believe that if you believe in yourself, you'll be able to do anything. Because in this world, and I think everybody will agree, that you are armed with a degree, but you're already unlearning that. You're unlearning to learn, because now when you're doing coding, a tech person who was doing coding long time back is now learning how to use AI. So I think in this world, which is so dynamically and fast changing, you'll have to continuously upskill. And we are arming our women, not only at the factory and the workforce, but at the front end to take that forward.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to make a quick point for all the young women sitting at the back, very enthusiastically listening to all of us, that, you made a very good point, Dipali, that, women need support and women need encouragement, and some women have the drive to just push and go ahead. It's really important, whether it is at home or whether you're at work, when you need something, but you really have to step up and ask for things, because otherwise you're not going to get them. So whether it's at home, I think people are just so used to having men go to work and women stay at home. And as we pivot, we really need to make it clear that we want to go to work, and there is a support. You have to proactively build the ecosystem of friends and family who support you and make it possible. Similarly, at work, like even at Renew, there are many young women who are ready to go to the sites and go and work there. But men at the workplace, with all good intentions, take it for granted that perhaps it's inconvenient for you to do that. So it's really important for you and for us to push ourselves and ask for things, because nobody's going to give it to you otherwise. So I just
Thank you. I finally come to Ritu. So actually our next panel is on women in entrepreneurship. And I mean, out of all the stories that I've done, the research I've done all these years, I increasingly have got to know that women-led businesses in general find it difficult to raise funds. If you're only a women-led business, if you don't have a male co-founder, those businesses find it difficult. As an investor, and you also do a lot of climate-led investments, how important is diversity?
Sure. Maybe I build on what Dipali was saying because it's very close to my heart. I often say, whenever I'm asked by youngsters, not just women, you have to believe in yourself before the world believes in you. And so that you spoke so eloquently about it that it was resonating truly. The doubts there, enough people around you to raise. Talking about investments, the world that I belong to, it is pretty much a male bastion, and yes, it is not so common to find women. Interestingly, I lead a team across 13 countries in Asia, about 25 companies we have in Asia, and each has a large investment team. I represent Allianz, which is a large global financial institution. I have 60% of the workforce of investment leaders, investment officers who are women, just purely because of inclusive meritocracy. It's not that we go out or give mandates that we would select women. We just try to make sure that it is an even playing ground. And the more the role models, the more like a magnet you attract talent. Women also find it uncomfortable to be in decision-making groups where there are only men decision makers. And hence, I think bringing that toggle, making that change, having more women in that work environment automatically starts drawing more and more. In my own team in Singapore, at one point, I didn't realize that it happened. There was only one guy left in the team. And he came up to me one day and said, Ritu, do you think about diversity? And I was like, okay, maybe I have to consciously work on diversity. But it's interesting how one cannot be conscious of it, but the world notices. Yesterday, I met a colleague, industry colleague, who I was meeting after 20 years. So way back when I in MetLife is when he was interacting with me, and he remembered that even there, you were a 3-women team. And I was like, you remember that about 20 years back? To me, it speaks volumes about how unique it ends up being, even if one is not doing consciously, and how important it is more and more to put out role models. And like you rightly said, hence it is very difficult for women who are raising money, running funds, and there are quite a few illustrious ones, but very few. You can count them probably on one hand, at best at 2, who do that. So again, I think the more we see, the more we will have, because I think finance comes very naturally to women, though it's presumed to be our weak spot. But I think every woman is a finance manager. She runs home, she runs finances.
Preeti, you have a venture fund which invests in climate-led businesses. So it'll be interesting to hear from you as to when you invest in these climate-led businesses, how important is diversity for you?
I just want to make sure that everybody is on the same page. The biggest climate financier of this century is Honorable Sita Raman, running the Pradhan Mantri Surya Yojana scheme. And of course, our Pradhan Mantri himself. So they've both endorsed diversity, and that's absolutely 100% female-led financing of consumer homes. So kudos to them, and we are very delighted that we are part of that change. For those who may not know, Luminous Power Technologies is 100% owned by Schneider Electric, which is the largest global energy management giant in the world. We have a Schneider Electric venture fund. As I sit here today, I think we have around $1 billion in the venture fund worth of assets under management. In India alone, we are starting to make investments. So roughly across the globe, each year around 50 to 100 million is deployed, all in climate-led businesses. So companies, actually a Gujarat-based company, Aram, which is a climate financing tech platform that is being funded by Schneider Electric Ventures. So I'm very proud to kind of look at that. But what we do is we don't just invest in that early stage startup and say, go ahead, do what you have to do. We bring businesses such as Luminous next to them. So what does a startup need? A startup needs scale. What has Luminous got? Luminous has got scales. It has got a large distribution network, 100 million consumers. We add roughly 320,000 consumer homes to our business each year. And in all of those, we connect 100 grid-tied inverters per day. So it's not just enough sometimes our approach is to just give money. It's about actually giving the startups a collaboration and a partnership. And that's how Schneider and its companies, its subsidiaries, work in India today and, of course, across the world as well. So, and if more women run those startups, for sure. Can I just say, I am a woman who has run businesses. I have raised money as well in my previous life. Capital is gender neutral. It's idea focused, it's courage focused, it's competence focused, but it's gender neutral. So for the women who are actually thinking about capital raising, I have another 3A framework, de du, Ajita. So if you are raising money, number one, demonstrate number one, ambition. No venture capitalist or investor, Ritu will probably agree, likes to invest in small ambition. They like big ambition. Number two, achieve. Show that you have achieved or you will achieve in that meeting with confidence. And number three, ask. Ask shamelessly for the 10 million. And if you want 10 million, ask for 25. The biggest learning I have is that. Thank you.
Preeti, very well said on the last part. If you need 10, ask for 25. But I disagree with the fact that capital is gender neutral. I think they're very biased. A man seeking funds with half the capabilities and competency will get funded versus a woman who is way more capable. I don't want to convert these, they're facts. People are not funding women-led startups. Unfortunately, data proves that, but I wish you were right. My experience is that there is still a gap.
Ritu, you have opportunity, huh? You have opportunity. Please step up and invest.
I do think it is difficult for women to be taken seriously, especially when they're starting off with a business and to raise capital. And I do see that around me.
So Ritu, coming back to you again, we live in a world where disruptions have become a way of life, and especially climate-led disruptions.
Yes.
So how does one factor these disruptions into one's business model so that they are able to build a business that would last a test of time?
Sure. And who knows that better than an insurance company, which I represent? Just this last year, I think we had, not we as a company, the economy had about 350 billion climate-related losses, of which only about 120 billion were insured, which means that climate is disrupting businesses, daily lives, people's homes quite significantly. Of course, there are technology solutions which are now helping address or prevent or preempt the challenges that come along and to take remedial action. But I think every starfish that you throw back into the water counts, and hence it is so important for each business, for each household, for each corporation to be getting very conscious. I know no more is it very fashionable to talk about climate, especially in some parts of the world. But the destruction to the world is so imminent, is so visible, that we would really do ourselves big disservice as organizations if we were not addressing it at each organization level. I can see Dipali nodding vociferously. Be it energy transition, which needs a lot of funding, be it diversity, in all aspects, it is pretty important that we do not forget the classical ESG.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope all of you learned a lot, just as I did. And it was a fascinating conversation. Thank you so much for your time.
Yes, and that was the instruction that I gave you guys in the beginning. I thought we were all in cahoots together. Huge round of applause. Let's set the roof on fire, guys. This was a fascinating panel. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Ajita, for moderating that. I've been taking down notes. AI, blockchain. I thought this was going to be a conversation only on climate. There was so much more. And as always, enlightening and fascinating. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's good to have all of you all in the audience and a packed house in the front. It's good to see that we've got everyone ready for the next session, which is an interesting one, because we don't have one moderator, we have two of my colleagues doing this one. It's all about women and entrepreneurship. It is well known that women-led businesses have a high chance of success. However, the fact remains that fewer women-led businesses are able to build scale. What is the missing link? The answer often lies in systemic barriers, including unequal access to capital, deeply ingrained gender biases in funding ecosystems that were alluded to in the previous conversation right at the end, and limitations within professional networks that really disproportionately affect female entrepreneurs. Now, that was, of course, me using AI to give you an introduction, since we did speak about it in the previous panel. But to understand, to dissect and analyze where that missing link is, I'd like to call on stage our next panel. Can we please have a huge round of applause every time I announce a name, guys? That's the rule for today. Soumya Rajan, founder and CEO, Waterfield Advisors. Amisha Vora, chairperson and managing director, Prabhudas Leeladhar. Devita Saraf, chairperson and CEO, The View Group. Madhura Das Gupta Sinha, founder, Aspire for Her. This session will be moderated by two of my colleagues, Ajita Sashidhar and V. Keshav Dev. A huge round of applause, please.
So I'm back on the stage again. Thank you so much to all my dear panelists for making it for this panel. And so the topic is women in entrepreneurship. And I had a lot of morose questions, as Devita told me in the morning. She said, why can't you ask some, feel-good questions? So I think I'll do exactly that. I have bought her advice. So I would start with you, Devita, since the suggestion came from you.
Ajita, you'll have to tell the audience what am I doing here. So I'm filling the diversity quotient.
Kudos to you. So I would start with you, Devita. So you have been a women entrepreneur all your life. And so what is really unique about you? What is the uniqueness that you have brought in onto the table? Because again, you deal with a business, you lead a business which is highly male-dominated. So in this male-dominated world, what kind of uniqueness have you brought to the table?
Well, I dominate the men. So
First of all, thank you for having me on this panel. You know, I've shared this story with your team, but I must share this in public. When I was in school and college, I was inspired back then that one day I would be in the Fortune MPW list. And when I was studying in California, most people on their undergrad dorm rooms would put maybe a poster of an actor or a singer or a cricketer or I don't know, whatever player. And I used to every year pull out the Fortune MPW list and then put it over my bed and have that inspire me. And thank you. And I am a serial offender. I have been on this list before, but I think it's just the greatest honor for women, working women, to be on this list. And the fact that they aspire for this, and you really pick out your list well. So congratulations to everyone here and in the audience for being there. I think what I feel women add differently to business, and this is something that has given us at View Technologies a core competence, is one, we are very much driven by vision and purpose. You know, we want to do things which are customer-centric. We want to do things which are building about the right company culture. You know, there is a purpose of also giving back much more strongly. There's a lot of creativity in our work. There's a lot more senses than just the science. So when I entered the world of technology, and I saw it was this sort of, male bastion of just one-upmanship on whose technology is faster, better, but really missed the boat on building a product that people loved, I felt that this was the time to be there. And what was very interesting is when I started this company saying I want to blend the worlds of luxury and technology together, most people didn't think that the twain could meet. And it took me about 8 or 9 years to really get the business off the ground. And then, once the J-curve started, it reached to being a 1,000 crore company. So having that vision, I think as a woman, it's important that we really add our uniqueness, as you said, our specialty, our empathy, our vision into any business we do. Because there are so many businesses these days which are just boring, unnecessarily loss-making, competitive. And I don't think that many women-owned businesses lose as much money. So for sure, I think we all have our eyes on the prize, and that is profit. And so we are here to be there for the long term. Build a good company, have a great company culture, keep your customers happy, and most importantly, make sure you remain on the Fortune MPW list.
Thank you. Now let me come to the not so feel-good questions. So Madhura, you run Aspire for Her, wherein you help people kind of incubate businesses. And again, all of us know that it's not easy to run a women-led business. And more than often, it is the women who does not have the confidence to go ahead with her business plan. Family takes priority, and I mean, for most, for her, it is just like a time pass kind of a thing, as they say. They do not take it seriously. So what do you do? Like, how do you you must be mentoring a lot of them. So what do you exactly tell them?
First of all, thank you so much, Ajita. Thank you for having us here. It's indeed a pride and privilege to represent Aspire for Her on this very, very august forum. My name is Madhura, and I'll just talk a little bit about what Aspire for Her really does, and perhaps that will answer your question. So I was a banker for 25 years, and like Saurav mentioned, I was looking at the data in terms of women's economic participation and feeling very sad and disappointed because India's women in the workforce participation was actually steadily declining over the past many years. I was surrounded by the best and the brightest women in the world in India, and I didn't think they deserved to be quite there. So I thought somebody needs to solve this problem, and that somebody should be me. So I started Aspire for Her to unleash that $1 trillion opportunity that lies latent in India if more women get to work. We started with the vision to add 1 million women to the workforce, to the economy by 2025. And this was in 2020. So 2025 seemed to be a faraway, distant year somewhere in the future. Well, today it's 2025. And we currently are a community of 8,31,000 women in India. We motivate women to enter and stay in the workforce. And we use a unique model to build their confidence, to build their conviction. And that model talks about mentors and role models. That model talks about skilling, upskilling, reskilling themselves to get ready for tomorrow's India. That model talks about career previews and business resources, which they can dip into as a confident professional in this world. And that model also talks about the community being front and center, so that the community connects with each other, motivates each other, elevates each other, and ensures that they solve problems together, creatively and collectively. So that is what we do at Aspire for Her. This is our magic mantra, this 5-point model, where all that we do is open doors for these women so that they are ready to strive into the world. We have 25 communities, but our favorite community is that of job creators, because we like women to be job creators, not just job seekers. And this community is called Entreprenari. Entreprenari stands for the ambition of every woman in India. Thank you.
On that note of creating jobs, I think, Soumya, if you could share, you're one of the very few entrepreneurs who have created a name in the wealth management space, and also the one who had a bumper fundraise, an equity raise of 150 crores. So if you could share your take on that.
So thank you so much for having me as part of the panel, and of course a warm round of congratulations to all the winners here today. When I think about a lot of what I've heard in terms of what has been shared by Devita as well as by Madhura, when you think about entrepreneurship, it's actually quite tough. It's a very difficult journey to embark upon. I spent the first 17 years of my career in the corporate sector. I was in traditional banking, and then I said that one fine day I turned 40 and I realized that the industry that I was in was, one, male-dominated, but it was also an industry which I thought was quite a difficult and dirty industry, quote unquote, because it was in many ways driven by commissions that you received based and pushing products into client portfolios when the clients really didn't need that. And I felt that we needed to change that. So when I think about entrepreneurship for myself, I think about the fact that what you need first is courage, because without that, you can't take that next step. And that courage comes because you have family support, but you also need to dig very deep into the mental resolve that you have and the self-belief that you need. And I remember when I started Waterfield, and the business model was completely different because we were advisors. We would only take our fees from our client. The second thing that was important to me, which was a little bit about what Devita said, is around integrity and its values. And I think women bring that uniquely, which is a little different. So courage is one for me, integrity and values.
How easy was it for you to get the conversations going, especially when you wanted some investors on board, or you were making a pitch to a client?
It was pretty tough. And I think in the earlier panel, there was a comment that Preeti had made that capital is gender neutral. So I have a take for what she said as well as what was shared by Vaishali. I do think that it's tougher for women to raise capital. It's tougher specifically because we don't have enough women on the other side as investors. Every time I was making a pitch, there was only a man or a male person at the other end. So for women to even get to the point of making a pitch is really hard. I have done 4 rounds of capital raising at Waterfield. The first 3 rounds were family offices, or basically friends. I did the first institutional round only 14 years after I started the company, because I was not sure whether I was ready to have an institutional investor. And I also kept doubting myself that I would be ready to kind of be responsible and also achieve all the expectations that were set of me. So for women, I think you are inherently sitting with doubts first. But once you've made that mental shift, then there's no looking back. And that's where I am right now.
Amisha, in your case, you hail from a traditional broking industry, but you also created history by, I would say, management buyout. Tell us that story. How easy was it?
Absolutely. That's what I would say, that raising equity capital is difficult, but doing leverage buyout
is easier.
No, it's even difficult to sit on the debt equal to your 30 years of assets. I'm sure it's not an easy decision. And to make all the bankers agree from 4 promoter personal guarantee to 1 women personal guarantee for the line of credit that we get, I'm sure it is not easy. And of course, to make your all partners agree who are any which way ready to sell.
Can you share some anecdotes? Because they are very traditional promoters. Prabhudas Leeladhar is not an institution which has been around for a while.
So I started being a chartered accountant into equity research, moved on to institutional equity business, moved on and added investment banking within the fold of Prabhudas Leeladhar. And as I did this too, which turned out to be hugely profitable, I got about 24% sweat equity stake.
Okay.
And
that was a first in that sense for someone getting a sweat equity stake?
Of course. And as I kept adding business, somewhere a little mismatch happened between the ambition and the passion and the speed at which I wanted to drive the business and my other partners. They were all agreeable to sell it to a foreign platform or a multinational or a bank, but selling back to me was definitely an issue. So it took me quite a while to get a yes to sell to me, any which way when they wanted to sell. And this is what I really liked, that not only my team remained 100 out of 100% intact, as what I said, we are under regulations of RBI, SEBI, BSE, NSE, IRDA. Everybody agreed to give me the permission, and all the bankers stood by. And someone, a proper institution, agreed to give me a leverage buyout. Why I'm really narrating is, in this entire journey, I had many questions about myself, that at this age, will I be able to really pull this kind of work, hours, which I continuously did even before. But I never thought that I'm a woman, whether they will take me seriously, or he's a man, whether he'll take me seriously. So one message to me is very clear, that if I don't remain in my boundaries of being a woman and I talk sense, the opposite person will have to talk sense. And fortunately, in last 2 years, I managed to repay my debt. I did one small round of fundraising from 96, now I am at 90%. I added teams, and I'm sure now I'm ready for a larger fundraise.
Soumya, taking that discussion forward, you said raising capital for women is difficult. So when you have those discussions, what do the men in the room say? I mean, why don't they want to fund a women-led business?
I don't think it's necessarily that they don't want to fund a woman-led business. And I think there is, for instance, a Harvard study that's happened, which actually speaks about the kind of questions that you're asked. And the study actually says that there are 2 kinds of questions in investor pitches. One tend to be promotion-led, which talks about growth, which talks about scale, which talks about ambition. And you then have another set of questions, which is what they call prevention questions, which are, for instance, talk about risk. So what tends to happen for women is that they get mostly asked the prevention questions. And this is research which is backing this. And men tend to get asked the promotion questions, and therefore you're able to express yourself in terms of, this is my vision, this is what I want to build, this is what I grow, this is what I want to do and build and grow. So for instance, when I was raising capital, what I would always do is if I saw a prevention question, I would always turn it around to say, position it more in terms of growth. Just to give you an example, in wealth management, we get our fees as a link to our assets under advisory. So what you would want is a question to talk about your growth and how the assets are growing. Instead of which, the question that I was asked was, well, you are getting paid as a result of markets, and markets fluctuate. And if markets go down, then your revenue will go down. So I had to say, well, while the revenue will go down, we will also be looking at how we garner more assets, or we cross-sell other services, and then talk about revenue growth and how we could actually achieve that. So it is how you actually move the conversation as well. But ultimately, I do come back to what Preeti said in the earlier discussion, is that capital is actually gender neutral at the end of the day. It's just that we have to be confident when we are pitching our business case, because we are competing with everyone. It doesn't make a difference whether you're a man or a woman. If you've got the right business model, if you've got the right vision, if you've got the right management team, you will get that capital.
Devita, you had any of those issues? Capital came easy in some sense because of a legacy business? Because of a legacy business.
Well, I raised 25 lakhs from the family and raised it to 960 crores. So I don't think that capital came easy, and that's a little biased to just assume. Absolutely not. I think when I started out the company, I knew that I had either two currencies, either use time or I use money. You know, one is where I can raise money fast and really grow, or I can take my time and build the brand and keep expenses under control, and then make sure that, you know, we are extremely capital efficient on our own. Two things happened as the company grew. Was I did try and raise money. No one gave me any money. I will not...
Why didn't they give? I mean, was it because you're a lady, or was it because of the business?
I think what happens is when you meet any potential business partner or advisor, whoever, there has to be that click. You know, you have to know that they get you and you get them. I couldn't tell that the reason they didn't give me money is because I'm a woman, or because they weren't seeing the vision for the premium business, which now suddenly the newspapers are all about premiumization, or because they felt that, you know, India is not the market to build a high-end tech brand. So you can't really go back to people and say, oh, by the way, what is the reason you didn't give me money? The idea is just that, okay, even if I take their money, I'm also giving up that kind of control. And as an entrepreneur, I've always had a strong vision of what I wanted to do. I mean, this December, I complete 20 years of having started this company. And I've had that thought that if I get in too much money from the outside, the biggest challenge I would face is I would have to pivot too much to what the investors would want. Because at the end of the day, when you need liquidity for growth, you're also giving up control. So there's a very interesting case that class we had at Harvard Business School that said, do you want to be rich or do you want to be king? Do you want to own 100% of a 100 crore company or 20% of a 1,000 crore company? And because I was very clear on my vision on what I wanted, I realized at the end of the day, even if I raise the money, what are the strings attached with it? So we decided to be actually very capital efficient. And as of right now, it's a completely debt-free company. I have no bank loans. And we are profitable, and we can pay our own bills. And thank you, Aarti. But it's interesting. As in, I think the women part of business is there's a lot more conscientiousness. Whether it's our money, whether it's someone else's money, we really care to give back. And if I felt that my vision and someone's vision didn't match, I wouldn't take their money and waste it. I think all the money that went into startups and unicorns across India, had it gone to more women, we would not have been having the kind of economy that we have today. So next time, if you want to invest with a woman, Invest less, but make sure that the investment is not going to go waste. Because we definitely, and I can guarantee and say this, women do carry ourselves this weight to, responsibility, purpose. There are very few of us out there in the corporate world as Aspire for Her is doing. And we find it a responsibility to run very capital efficient, strong businesses. Find me a company, women owned, that is just wasting money or wasting opportunity, and you won't. Speaking of which, somebody wants to give me money and has the same vision that I do, why not? You know where to reach me. And as entrepreneurs, we're always opportunists, we're always open.
Madhura, I would like to come to you. Entrepreneury has really small businesses. They're micro enterprises. So how do you motivate the women there not to give up? Because it's very easy for them to give up because it's almost like a cottage industry. So it's very easy for them to give up. So how do you motivate them to kind of, scale up their business?
So I'll give you a small example, maybe with a story, and that will actually tell you how entrepreneurship truly works in the heartland of India. And this is the story of my inspiration. Her name is Preeti Kate, and I met her way back in 2021. Just after she lost her very young husband to COVID. Preeti had never worked in her life before, and she had aging parents and in-laws to take care of and 2 children. And at one point in time, Preeti was actually contemplating taking her own life. So she was literally with her back against the wall, and she did not know how the family would survive. So Preeti joined our community. That time we started a community called Not Alone, which was meant only for women who had lost their primary breadwinners to COVID. And Preeti slowly started consuming all our resources. She started talking to her mentors. We were calling them anchors for the sake of this community, because the anchors were literally there at all points in time, morning and day and night, to be with them. She started looking at various options, and she's in this small place called Dhule in Maharashtra. And one day she decided that she wanted to start something on her own. She wanted to be her own boss, and she walked into her children's abacus class, and she started her own abacus class. Now, this is as small as you can get. She started with 5 kids whose parents trusted her, and today she runs this abacus class very successfully out of Dhule. She has 170 kids who are her students. She is earning enough to do well for herself, for her family, for her in-laws, and she's saving money every month.
So it's all about grit and determination, right?
And resilience, and having that community which you know is there with you. So Preeti drew a lot of strength from the community, from her mentors, from the resources. She realized she was truly not alone. And I think that is what we try to do for every person who joins Entrepreneury.
Amisha, I would now like to come to you. I'm sure you mentor a lot of women entrepreneurs. So what really is your 2 cents to them? What do you tell them not to, so that they don't give up and they carry on?
So I think the biggest barrier between our dreams and ourselves is lack of perseverance. You can't really time success. You have to be at it, and keep walking. So first thing is continue to walk. Second most important thing is being positive. Being positive about life possibilities is when things happen. So giving up is never an option, because if you persevere, it happens. So I'm very happy to say that out of so many things which keep happening, there is a girl who took a 10-year break after her wedding for nursing her child. And as she came back, she found a lot of her male colleagues had gone ahead in race. She came back, she started as one of the analysts with me. And she was so passionate that I want to come back, get back what I lost. In 5 years, she is leading the charts in terms of whatever Asia Money ratings and business. Of course, it converts into your packages. So there is possibility. And this is what, of course, I keep telling myself also. While she's running a business for 20 years, I'm running my business as me for 2 years. I need to give that 20 years to myself, and above all, like how men, when they fail, they don't go into a cage. Why should we go into a cage? And because we should not fail, we shouldn't do. I really want to take my mental barriers off. And something which really helped me, I want to share that. At 56, I went for a Everest base camp. And every day that I was walking on the craters, thin air, all my inhibitions about what I can't do just kept breaking. And if I can do that to my physical self, why can't I just break my own barriers? So for each of us, the distance between our dreams, our success, and us is only us. It's not circumstances. We create our circumstances, and success is here to come.
So believe in yourself.
Soumya, the fear of failure, has it dispelled, has it gone away from what it was when you had started off and after the fundraise that you have? How confident are you feeling about the business?
So I think failure is something that as an entrepreneur, you actually have to deal with and overcome. You have to overcome that fear because without that, you will just not be able to move ahead. I'd just like to say a couple of things, in terms of just entrepreneurship. If any of you out here are looking at that, I just had a couple of thoughts which I just wanted to share. If you want to be a successful entrepreneur, you're going to have to think about 5 things which I called first principles. FIRST, each one stands for something. The F stands for being future-oriented. And this is whether you are thinking of entrepreneurship or even in a corporate career, you have to think about what the future is going to look like. You cannot live in the present. Entrepreneurs are solving for problems that other people in the room haven't seen yet. So you have to develop that mindset. The second I is for investing in yourself. Because for a lot of people, you keep caring for everybody else, your clients, your employees. But frankly, if you don't invest in your own mental health, and I think mental health is extremely important here, you're going to do a huge disservice because everyone is looking at you as the founder to be that visionary and carry everyone else along. R is for risk-taking. You cannot be an entrepreneur unless you're ready to really take that risk, that leap of faith. S is for self-awareness, self-belief. We've had both this panel and the earlier one talk about that because without that, you cannot, again, move ahead. So ensure that you are very self-aware about what you can and can't do. But my motto has always been have no regrets. So whatever you do, do it in the best possible way. And T is for team. You cannot build a business solo. What you've also seen is the reason why there's so much hesitancy about why are we not seeing women out there creating huge businesses is because they're unable to scale. The unable to scale, the access and the ability to scale comes because of mindset and capital. But once you have the capital, you have to build the team. Without that, you cannot move forward. So just a piece of advice, think of first principles. If you really want that burning ambition to create scale and a sustainable business for the future.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now, are we having a good time, or is the energy still high at the back? I can't hear you guys, huh? Oh, we can. You guys are having a good time, and I promise you that we will be discussing some of the most imperative things if you are actually a Mumbaikar like me. Actually, someone from Delhi visited a couple of days ago, and they said, honestly, the map of Mumbai has changed. A truly world-class city. And, you know, they say that you can judge a world-class city in the making. Culturally, we're already there. But in terms of infrastructure, when you judge it by its public transportation. And I conducted an experiment because here at Fortune India, we believe the proof is in the pudding. And I took the Mumbai Metro today from the Aqua Line, from South Bombay, right here to this venue. Seamless, high-tech, and I didn't break a sweat. So if I've given you a little bit of a hint in terms of how crucial that project is, how it's changed everything, and it continues to change everything as we speak, that's going to be a huge focus of our next fireside chat with a very special guest who will offer all of us valuable perspectives on Maharashtra's growth trajectory and how Mumbai's infrastructure is undergoing a massive transformation under her leadership. Can we have a huge round of applause for Ashwini Bhide, Principal Secretary to Maharashtra CM and MD, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation. A huge round of applause. This session will be conducted by my colleague, B. Keshav Dev.
Hello, good evening, and it's a real pleasure to share the stage with a very, I would say, powerful lady. While we have a list of 100 most powerful women, the guest we have today on stage is an exception because she's the only bureaucrat to have featured in this list consecutively for the sheer work that she is doing in Bombay. And not just in Bombay to begin with, now she has got a far bigger role in Maharashtra. So ma'am, could you just give us that figure which is rightly being covered under your leadership in Maharashtra? Because that will give a sense to the audience of the scale and size of the projects that you're undergoing.
Thank you so much. First of all, for putting me in this list of 100 powerful women, and I'm really glad to share this list along with so many other entrepreneurs and corporate leaders. I think as Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister, I have been leading the Chief Minister's War Room, which basically tracks and monitors important mega projects which are happening all across the state, right from the transport project to energy transition, railway projects, water resource development projects. And currently about 25 to 30 projects we are tracking in a very professional way. And the investment expected in this project is to the tune of 5 lakh crore if you include all water resources project, PSP projects. So that's what I have been doing now.
Please remember, 5 lakh crore is the amount, and that's humongous.
But there my role is basically to ensure that all these projects are on time. The hurdles which they go through, because these kinds of mega projects are very difficult to implement, and they have to go through a very rigorous kind of framework from start to finish. There are a lot of hurdles in terms of land availability, all kinds of clearances, financing. So my current job with the help of my team is to track all these projects continuously on a real-time basis, and these projects are spread out throughout the state. But here, I'm not a doer. I'm basically, I'm trying to get these projects implemented on time, but the implementing teams are, of course, different. They are scattered all over the state. But in my other role, which is the Managing Director of Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation, I'm myself implementing the, I think, the first fully underground metro corridor of India, and that is Mumbai's Aqua Line.
Ma'am, can you, for the audience, could you give us a sense of if Mumbai Metro was not present in the shape that it is today, what would it have meant for Mumbai's lifeline, which is the Western Railway and the Central Railways?
I think we first need to see how Mumbai commutes today. About 8 million people travel daily on Mumbai's suburban network, which is spread across the entire Mumbai metropolitan region. And those many people depend on this suburban network for their daily commute, for their livelihood and other important tasks. And the rest of the people, they travel either by buses or by taxis, that is the para transit, or the private vehicles. But we know that Mumbai's road network is very limited. Compared to Delhi's more than 28,000 kilometers of road network, Mumbai has only 2,000 kilometers of road network. And because of Mumbai's geographical shape, its peninsular nature, and its inability to expand because it is surrounded by seas, we have very limited landmass and limited space available for road. So the current transport scenario, we all know that every day we have so much of congestion on the road and we face that. If that scenario is to be changed, and if you think of suburban rail and the commute on the suburban railway system, it is not a very, it is very efficient, but it is not a comfortable commute. It is not a safe commute. Every day so many people die or so many people get injured on the suburban rail system. So if you have to change that scenario, and if we want people to travel in very efficient, reliable and comfortable as well as safe mode of transport, then we have to think of metro system. So the metro network which is being led in Mumbai, that is going to basically change the way city travels. It is the rail-based public transport system which is going to provide additional capacity in Mumbai. As I said, today 8 million passengers travel on suburban rail. But once the entire metro network is completed, then we are going to double the capacity of the public transport. So almost 10 million people would be able to travel on this road. And suburban rail system would also be there. So you can imagine what kind of capacity we are creating. So the metro rail network has the potential to change the way the city travels. So that's
Will
what
this kind of decongest the existing rail network systems in Mumbai, especially, if the metro is fully commissioned, the network?
It would certainly. But in addition to metro system, because that is the public transport network, what happens in metro system is it basically, it can traverse through all those areas which today are not connected by rail-based public transport system. Because Mumbai suburban rail is at grade, it is on broad gauge, and it has certain limitations in going in other nooks and corners of the city. Because conventionally Mumbai has flourished, Mumbai's businesses and economic activity has flourished along these existing corridors. But over a period of time, so many other land parcels are unlocked and so much of business is happening and economic activity is happening in those areas which are not connected by the suburban rail system. But metro has the flexibility, it's a very slick urban transport. It has the flexibility to reach out to those areas, either by going underground or by going elevated. So that is why it has the capacity to reach to each and every corner of the city, and the metro stations are just 1 kilometer apart from each other, whereas the suburban stations are either they are away from 3 to 5 kilometers distance is there in between, so you have to take another mode of transport to reach to your destination. Whereas once the metro network is complete, that will also provide the last mile connectivity, and that has the ability to decongest the routes. For example, Mumbai Metro Line 3 expects almost 85% of its ridership coming from the road. So we want the car owners or the bus commuters or even taxi and auto commuters to shift to this metro corridor. There are some lines which are parallel to existing suburban system where they will decongest the suburban system. So this is how the metro network is planned, but I am certain that once the entire network is completed and the network effect is achieved, then decongestion of Mumbai's road is absolutely inevitable. But in addition to that, we are also improving our road network in whatever way possible. What has happened, because of Mumbai's suburban system, the city is divided into east and west. And at times, connection between east and west is very difficult. And you have to take detours, and that is why the road gets congested. So Mumbai is also planning a lot of underground east-west road connectivity. There is a complete coastal ring road which is coming up, and all those, along with the expanded and enhanced metro network, that is bound to decongest the city's roads.
Ma'am, can you give, for the kind of scale that we are envisaging the city is going to undergo, it's a once-in-a-generation kind of an change in infrastructure. So the one big challenge has always been, and you're faced it yourself, is execution. Like you said, yes, it is all about execution. But in the same, while executing the projects, you had to face challenges, right? And the targets you were made, but there were personal targets. You had to kind of, you even had been shunted from your position. Can you give us a sense of, how did you manage that phase of your career?
Public transport projects are, in a way, any public project is, infrastructure project, I would say, is different than a private kind of private initiative, because it is it happens in a brownfield kind of environment where there are so many things happening. You have to keep the city moving, and still you have to make these interventions and build this infrastructure. And that is the most challenging part of it. So these infrastructure projects need huge investments that you need to manage, and you have to ensure that once the project starts, it gets completed on time. And most of the times we know that projects get delayed because there are hundreds of things, hundreds of externalities which create a lot of hurdles in implementation of this project. So in a city like Mumbai, which is one of the densest cities in the world, which is the most congested, one of the most congested cities in the world, where land is a scarcity and there are too many claimants on land, and not a single piece of land is without encumbrance. In such city, when we have to do such huge intervention, it is very disruptive. And to manage that disruption, manage the expectations and aspirations of people, to ensure that the city also keeps running, and at the same time we build an underground structure, because in Mumbai Metro Line 3 we have built almost 56 kilometers of tunnel beneath city, below the most congested neighborhoods, and doing that is really, really tough. And while doing that, we have to take care of all regulatory aspects, because we are constantly under public watch, under public gaze, and even a small deviation in here and there, that gets challenged in the court. So while I was implementing Mumbai Metro Line 3, we have faced more than 100 litigations in all courts across the country. So you have to deal with that. And while doing that, you have to ensure that there are not many time and cost overruns. Certain things we can't avoid. Apart from that, as I said, the land parcels are not encumbrance free. So either there are legal tenants, there are owners, private lands, so you have to acquire them, you have to rehabilitate the legal tenants, but there are some lands which are encroached, where there are slums, either authorized or unauthorized, but you have to deal with them in the given legal framework. You can't just throw them out. So you have to rehabilitate them. When you say rehabilitation, it is not only the rehabilitation of residential tenements, but also of occupations, also the commercial tenements. So that takes a lot of time, and you can't forcefully do that. You have to build a consensus, you have to take people into confidence, you have to take representatives of people into confidence. So implementation challenges are humongous, and dealing with them, overcoming them, finding out the right kind of strategy to deal with them, and then still managing the project within the given timeline. That is the biggest challenge, I would say. And we have been dealing with that in almost every project which is being implemented in Mumbai.
Ma'am, while you put it very articulately that, you have to be patient, but tell us a sense that how did you deal with the frustration? Because for the kind of opposition that you have faced, how did you kind of, cope up with that, both on a personal and a professional level?
See, what I have learned, because I have been in urban infrastructure sectors now past more than 20 years, right from building the Eastern Freeway of Mumbai, the first metro, elevated road to airport, many flyovers, many rail overbridges in Mumbai since my MMRDA days. Still, I built this along with, of course, along with my team, the underground Mumbai Metro Line 3 and the Coastal Road South. So there have been hundreds of different experiences where people opposed, but I could see that every project of this nature goes through a cycle. Initially, there is always opposition. Whenever the project is announced, project is declared, the opposition starts. There are two reasons. One, first, people are not aware of what exactly is happening. And the way we used to implement public projects, that is also a reason for people not trusting government entities earlier, because we hardly had information made available for the people on public platforms. But all that, those things have changed now. Despite that, projects undergo opposition. Then you have to, still go ahead by keeping patience. And when people oppose, you have to understand we are a democracy and people have their right to raise their voices. Whether they are based on some kind of lack of awareness, lack of knowledge, or it is because of some kind of activism. But then you have to deal with it. You have to be patient. You have to be patient and then address each and every opposition and every dissenting voice you have to deal with. If you don't do that, then the projects get delayed. Because, and especially in Metro Line 3, this was a very audacious project. That is how Wall Street Journal described it when there was a front page article in the year 2017. And they saw the project of this size in a city like Mumbai, that is, at least this is nowhere else in the world it is seen. And that project, when we announced that we have to build 35-kilometer long, fully underground corridor with 26 underground stations, people started opposing. All kinds of opposition was there. But then what we thought that we have to do the project. Initial idea, many people said it is not going to happen. Why are you even attempting it? No government had thought of it because it was there in our development plans till 1961, but nobody had tried. Why are you even doing it? But there was a political will. There was a determination even on the part of political leadership. So we all decided that we have to do it. But while doing it, if you have to take people along, then you have to be patient. You have to be very transparent. You have to keep sharing information with common people. You have to address all the problems of different stakeholders, different interest groups. And they range from, like there were, our station was in Cup Parade. So right from the elite concerns of people living in Cup Parade and Churchgate to a place called Marol, where the industry was there. They had their own concerns. And there was Dharavi also, because we have a station at Dharavi. So these are different kinds of concerns people had, and we had to deal with that. But this is how mega projects are addressed. And while doing that, you have to work in a very, very professional way, because these are all from engineering perspective, again, very audacious and challenging projects. So you have to ensure that while running 17 tunnel boring machines in Mumbai's belly and digging almost at 26 locations where the station at the depth of 22 to 30 meters, while all old dilapidated buildings, heritage structures, high-rise buildings were around, without creating any safety concern for any of this structure. If you have to build this, then you have to be, from engineering perspective also, you have to be very, very efficient. You have to ensure that all prior studies are done properly. Then safety concerns are taken care of. Construction is happening in the safest way. So all these issues you have to deal with. And at the same time, then you have to manage the noise which is around the litigations which are going on. And then this is how the projects get completed.
Ma'am, you have clearly earned the trust of the Chief Minister and he has backed you to the hill. How much you would say for a bureaucrat, the backing of a political leader is helpful in executing especially infrastructure projects?
It is, of course, it is a must, because the way government functions, bureaucracy and the political leadership, they go hand in hand. Because as per our rules of business, ministers are the administrative head. The cabinet, that is cabinet incorporating all the ministers, they are the main decision-making body. The law is made by our legislative assembly and council, which is the congregation of all elected representatives, and they take the decisions. And bureaucracy, along with the other machinery of the government, they implement these projects. So we have to go hand in hand. We have to have their trust, and they have to have that political will and vision. Then only bureaucracy can function. So both have to function, both have to work jointly in collaboration. But while doing that, bureaucracy or the officers who have to work actual on field, they will deal with all the micro issues. And you have to ensure that while dealing with these issues, you are within the four walls of law, in the policy framework. Nobody can play solo here. It's a teamwork. You have to take political leadership in confidence. And when the political leadership is also visionary and determined to change the city, then for bureaucracy and the administrative structure, it is always easy to take it forward.
Can you articulate on the CM's vision that he has for Maharashtra? Because he's looking much beyond Mumbai, and he's talking of the state as part of the Viksit Bharat narrative. He wants to see Maharashtra as one of the engines of growth. What are the big projects that's going to be transformational for the state in the coming years?
I think if you think of our current Chief Minister and the government, they have always been giving a lot of emphasis on infrastructure projects, and there is a vision for each and every sector. So whatever projects which were planned in his earlier tenure, that is from 2014 to 2019, all those projects you can see them getting completed now. Be it Atal Setu, be it underground metro project, be it Coastal Road South, be it New Mumbai Airport, all these projects, they are getting completed. So in the first tenure, there was emphasis on expanding the physical infrastructure in terms of the transport infrastructure, the road connectivity, but other sectors, like for example, energy transition. A lot of things are happening on energy transition. Today, roughly 12 to 17% of our energy comes from renewable sources. In another 10 years, we want to go up to 50%. So our Prime Minister's net zero policy by 2070, Maharashtra is going to be a major contributor to that. Apart from that, when at national level we have the vision of $5 trillion economy, Maharashtra will be contributing majorly to this economy by being the contributor of $1 trillion. So our Chief Minister and the government has that vision, and each and every sector we are trying to make a change, bring a big impact. Right now, Maharashtra government is in the process of preparing its vision document, which goes along with Viksit Bharat. So that vision document is for 2047. But at the same time, we have a nearer vision of 2030, then 2035 when Maharashtra becomes 75 years. There are about 16 sectors which we have identified, which include infrastructure, industry, technology, social sectors, welfare, education, health. All these sectors are incorporated. We are working on it, and this vision document is being made in the most inclusive manner. So we have already launched a citizen survey, and so we are getting feedback from citizens as well. What are their aspirations for the state? And at the same time, all our government departments, along with various experts from within and without, with many expert agencies and institutions involved in this whole process, we are preparing this vision document. And Maharashtra, and this is not again a lip service, because whatever is being prepared, what kind of policies we should adopt to make that vision a reality, that is also being contemplated. So the whole government is basically having a vision and the wherewithal to bring that vision into reality.
While we could have allowed this conversation to go on, just one last question. What would be your advice to an upcoming maybe a boy or a girl who is aspiring for a career in civil services?
Before me, we heard many women leaders who worked in corporate sectors and they themselves are entrepreneurs. They take risk and they get rewards for that. And everybody says that to keep their business running, to achieve whatever they want to achieve, they really have to strive hard. Sometimes in government, in bureaucracy, you have, because you don't have those risks which are otherwise associated with a private sector, because finally it is the public fund and you are trustee to spend that, utilize that fund in a proper way. But you may have an option of not doing anything. That is possible. So what I would advise to all those who want to aspire, who are aspiring to become civil servants, I think as civil servants, you need to be a true decision maker. You need to decide, because you are in a leadership position and being in government, you can impact lives. But to make that possible, I think you have to be in a driving seat. You have to be a problem solver. It's not that you are there, because sometimes the fiefdom is already there and you have to go and manage that. So, but while doing that, you have to ensure that you always have to drive, as if you are in a private sector. If you are an entrepreneur, what kind of decisions you would have taken? So you have to have the same spirit while working in government. But while doing that, you should not play solo. At times people do that. You have to work as a team and you have to see that it is your delivery which matters. So finally, whatever may the legislative assembly, the parliament, elected leader would decide, but that vision will come to reality only when the government functions on actual ground. And if you have to do that, those who are in leadership position will have to be very, very proactive and great decision makers. That kind of risk they will have to take. Then only the rewards will be there in form of good governance.
Thank you, ma'am, for that inspiring insight.
Thank you.
Well, from reimagining Maharashtra, we're going to be talking about India's growth story. Now, this is a very special session because we have a very special guest joining us for this one as well. We spoke about, ma'am, about aspiring, youngsters who want to join the civil services. But here's a story that inspires us all. From the Incredible India campaign in 2002 to G20 Sherpa till recently, India's ace bureaucrat, Amitabh Kant, has successfully spearheaded governance reforms and public policy initiatives for India in a career spanning, wait for it, over 4 decades. And there's so much more. Yes, that does deserve a round of applause. And there's so much more for us to understand from this enlightening, insightful session up for you next. This will be moderated by our editor-in-chief at Fortune India, Saurabh Majumdar. Can we please have on stage a man who really needs no introduction, Amitabh Kant. A huge round of applause, please.
Thank you, Ayush. And as Ayush rightly said, how does one introduce somebody who really needs no introduction? So I am here with Mr. Amitabh Kant, who I have met and interviewed multiple times earlier. In this new avatar, it is the first time, of course, and Mr. Kant is, of course, very much in the news of late. So first and foremost, Mr. Kant, I'll ask you, how are you feeling in this new avatar? How do you feel? How's it been after 40 years in government? How does it feel now?
Well, I did about close to 45 years in government. I'm feeling very liberated now. And well, I'm spending a lot of time on doing a lot of physical exercise, improving my golfing handicap, and doing a lot of more yoga. And, you know, I think physical well-being is very important. So the work-life balance is important.
You've spoken about work-life balance multiple times, but even in your new avatar, I'm sure people are already lining up. We keep reading and hearing about your new assignments and how people are, you know, wanting a piece of you in that sense, in your new role. First and foremost, let's come back to your how you have actually sort of powered the India story, Mr. Kant. And nobody better than you, because as G20 Sherpa also, you have really led from the front and made deep-rooted changes in the way the G20 presidency itself was conducted by India, and it has left a very indelible impact on G20. We are in this room with a number of women achievers. The Prime Minister has talked about not just growth, but women-led growth. Tell us a little bit about your thoughts as we talk to these women achievers this evening.
So G20 was very challenging because in multilateral forum, you have to get a consensus from all the G20 nations. It was very challenging because PM wanted us to be very ambitious, very decisive, and one of his main themes was women-led development. Now, before the G20, the normal terminology was gender equality, that's the UN terminology. Now, we wanted to change that to women-led development, and we felt that, and very strongly felt that it's not possible to achieve the sustainable development goals or the climate agenda till the leadership of many of these aspects is not taken over by women. And if women take over leadership, they provide the mentorship, and they provide, you know, much greater level of encouragement to other women. But we found huge opposition from many countries. You know, we found opposition from Saudi Arabia, we found opposition from Turkey, we found opposition from China, because for them, you know, the concept of women-led development was very different from what they practice at home. And therefore, to bring a consensus around that almost took us hard negotiation, really ruthless. It was getting a consensus on Russia-Ukraine, which took us almost about close to 16 drafts and 300 hours of negotiation. Let me tell you, women-led development was even tougher than Russia-Ukraine.
That's something.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And how did you manage to convince them? That because you had to do a lot of the heavy lifting, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know, so the important thing is to build up great personal relationship, build up, do a lot of bilateral discussions, and also convince them that, you know, even in their countries, 50% of the women, their population comprises of 50%, and if you don't provide leadership, so to women, your country can never grow. And, you know, it's important to tell them, for instance, in our case, we are a $4 trillion economy. The Prime Minister's vision is that by the time we become 100 in 2047, we should be a $30+ trillion economy. It's just not possible to do it without women. And important thing, because I heard this very passionate, I've never seen such a fascinating discussion, which I heard in the earlier 3 rounds of discussion. I was very fortunate to be sitting here. There's so much of liveliness, so much of energy, so much of dynamism of women. But we must understand that out of the 980 million Indians who work, there are about 400 million women in India who work, but they contribute only 18% of India's GDP. So if you don't take India's GDP contribution from women up to 50%, India can never be a $30+ trillion economy. It's very important to understand this. Also, you look at the MSME sector. You know, before coming here, I was looking at the MSME Udyam portal. Only 17.5% of the MSMEs are owned by women. So and only 18% of the startups are done by women in India. So you got to put the position of leadership in women. They have to become the driver of India's economy. They have to become the driver of growth. And many of them will have to emulate many of the dynamic leaders sitting here. Without that, India can never be a $30+ trillion economy, because women must actually become the key driver of India's growth story.
At the policy level, these comments and these points have been made earlier as well. What do you think needs to really change at the ground level for this to happen? Because these figures are telling, Mr. Kant. You've talked about the number of women in the working population, but as a percentage, it is still very, very small. So how does that shift? It's a tectonic shift. How does that happen?
So my view on this is that tectonic shift has started already. And, because I look at the results of all competitive examination, number one, and I find that the women are doing much better than men. Every year, the competitive examination of IAS, the women are the toppers. The first 3-4 positions are taken by the women. The men lag far behind. When I was going to college, I went to St. Stephen's College in Delhi. It was an all-male bastion. There were no women allowed in economics and history, which were the prestigious courses. 2 years after I left the college, went co-ed. By the time my daughter joined St. Stephen's Economics Honors, 92% of the students in that class on plain merit were women, were all girls. There were hardly any boys. And the principal of St. Stephen's College said that if this college has to remain co-ed, then you have to give 10% extra marks to boys. Otherwise, it'll become an all-girls college. So imagine from an all-males bastion, it has become an all-girls college simply on the basis of merit. And, that's a remarkable story. But, the other big thing that's happened, and to my mind, all this discussion, this very passionate discussion that we had, the important thing is to make women, in rural areas very digitally literate. That's really the key. Because the next 500 million women who are going to get into, really going to transform India are all in tier 2, tier 3 cities or rural areas. And they are very, very, very critical. If they become digitally literate, then you technologically pole vault. So, when we started between 2015 and 2017, India actually opened up 550 million bank accounts. We opened bank accounts which was more than the population of United States and 4 times the population of Russia. And at that point, in 2015, only 18% of the women had a bank account. When we finished in 2017, 91% of the women had bank accounts. So that, when you open bank accounts, then you link it up with Aadhaar, then you link it up with mobile number.
True empowerment.
So that's the financial inclusion bit of it. And therefore, they started driving India's economy with financial inclusion. That to my mind, is really remarkable. And the second thing I really find is, a number of very, very dynamic startups by women. I met these 2 young girls from LSR College, and they've started this startup called Animal. I don't know whether you've heard about it. Neelu Yadav and this girl called Kangra, they've started a cattle trading platform of all things, And normally cattle and dairies in India are all sold through cattle melas. Yes. They've done an online trading platform and they've sold something like 20 million cattle. It's unbelievable. They've created a brilliant business model out of it. And that is the kind of innovation which young women are doing in India, truly remarkable.
But yet, Mr. Kant, we hear there is not enough funding for women-led startups. There is not enough happening on that space. We need many more private equity and venture capitalists to recognize this kind of power which women actually hold. What is holding it back, you think?
So, 2-3 things to my mind, which is very critical. And these are radical things to my mind. One is that the more women you put into position of leadership, they will take decisions which will then generate the next bit of leadership. Thirdly, you need many men, and men, I think it's the mindset of Indian men is quite sick at times. So you need to change the mindset of men towards women. That is, unless you don't change the mindset, it's a really sick mindset in India. So you need to change that actually India can grow only when women get into position of power and authority. And thirdly, the PE and venture funds have to do the walk the talk. They have to really ensure that they support, they mentor, they handhold many more women entrepreneurs, both startups and MSMEs. And that, to my mind, is really critical because in the long term, where the government has done its bit, if you look at Mudra loans, they've said that you can take up to 20 lakhs without a collateral. And actually, out of the 30 crores loans which have been given out in Mudra, 70% are for women. So they've done their bit. They've opened bank accounts, formalized the economy. The self-help groups loans in rural areas have remarkably grown in a very big way. So there's a radical transformation which is taking place. Livelihood Mission, a Vishwakarma scheme, all these are a radical transformation at the grassroots which is taking place in India. The PE funds and VC funds really have to up their game now.
Do you think over the next, tier 2 and tier 3 cities, there's so much happening there. Do you think with the technological advancements, the rise of Digital India, which is again a very, very major government initiative, that is going to now witness a much, much quicker pace of change?
Yeah. So sort of what has happened as a consequence of UPI, not only did we do the bank accounts, but then what started happening was that a number of our young startup, MobiKwik, which is run by Upasana Thakur, who's a women entrepreneur, they started looking at the payment history and started providing credit to many of the people in tier 2, tier 3 cities, paperless, cashless credit. And then you had another set of young startups like you had Zerodha, Grow Upstock. They took the stock market into tier 2, tier 3 cities. And that led to wealth creation in these cities. And then you had another set of startups like Go Digit and Acko, which started doing insurance. So what has happened as a consequence of this UPI and Aadhaar, you did credit, you did wealth creation, you did insurance, all this within, on the go, anywhere, anytime, within 30 seconds to 1 minute. When I was a young officer, taking an insurance policy used to take me 6 months of paperwork. We do this in 30 seconds now. And that's why the Bank of International Settlement said that India achieved in 7 years what India would have taken 50 years to achieve. And the cost of transaction of the acquisition of a customer fell in India from about $30 to 15 cents. That has been the big technological leapfrogging of India.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's get back a little bit in time, Mr. Kant, and talk about your days in Incredible India, the building of brand India in that sense. You were critical in your inputs there. Tell us a little bit about how that happened and what was that experience like?
So, one is that very early in my career, I got to work with traditional fisher women of Kerala, and fishermen and fisher women, and they used to get only 18% of the market price of their fish catch, just 18% of the market price. So I introduced beach level auctioning in Kerala, and then I got new technology, outboard motors, new fishing crafts, which are the fiberglass crafts, got them fishing nets, which are then known as disco nets, which enabled them to go much further into the sea. But one of the things I did was to introduce, the fisher women used to find it very difficult to catch bass and take the fish catch to the urban area. So we introduced special fisher women buses. And in both Cochin and Trivandrum, 24 buses for fisherwomen run, which really transformed their lives in a very big way. And actually, that took the returns of fisherwomen very high. And then, I became Secretary Tourism in Kerala as a punishment posting. I was without a posting for a long time. I had fought with the communist government. They made me Secretary Tourism. And, I took Kerala up the value chain from $20 to a $500 destination. But one other thing that happened was that tourism started creating jobs for women. And we did a study on satellite accounts which demonstrated that tourism was the biggest, travel and tourism is the biggest multiplier impact on women job creation. And the communist government realized that this is creating jobs for women. And then, I landed up in Government of India and I started doing this, as soon as I landed, this Twin Tower blast happened, there was war in Afghanistan, there was attack on our parliament, our tourism industry collapsed totally. And at the peak of that crisis, when Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore all stopped their campaigns, we launched Incredible India. And again,
iconic campaign.
It was an iconic, it was to differentiate India from the rest of the world. So we went back to the strength of India, yoga, Ayurveda, meditation, etc.
And much of that is even so relevant even today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's talking about the whole global geopolitics, which you just mentioned a little bit about. You were of course at the Niti Aayog in a very critical position. Today, Mr. Kant, we see a lot of geopolitical tensions across at a time when the India growth story is actually taking off in a very big way. And yet these are actually the challenges which the government is well aware of. How do you see India's Viksit Bharat journey at a time when this whole geopolitical tensions, the tariff uncertainties, how do you see this growth story playing out at this point?
Sort of three key challenges for all women entrepreneurs here to understand. One is that the globalization as we'd seen it from post-World War II, from 1945 till now, that period of stability has come to an end. You're seeing a war in Europe for over about 4 years. The First World War, we must all be aware, the First World War was fought in Europe. The Second World War was fought in Europe, and you're seeing Europe disrupting world peace again for this time for 4 long years. Despite everyone's attempt, you've not been able to arrive at peace. You're seeing conflict in Middle East. You're seeing conflict with China saying that we'll annex Taiwan, even if it means the use of force. So you're seeing conflict. Second is that, when Japan, China, Korea all grew, and there are only 3 countries which have grown at, double-digit growth for long periods of time. All other countries got caught in the middle income trap. And these 3 countries grew, the global trade was growing. So the trade was allowed free trade to grow. When India's long spurt to growth has started, global value chains have been disrupted, and there are huge tariff barriers being put up from across each other countries, and you're seeing Trump imposing tariff barriers. So India will have to really produce to large scale, export and penetrate global markets to be able to do this. And the third is that you have new forces of production, we are all very fortunate to be living at a point of time when you have completely new forces of production, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data, and they are going to transform the world like we've never seen before. So we are in an era where productivity will get enhanced, production will get enhanced, learning outcomes, health outcomes, nutritional standards will all be transformed. And all the entrepreneurs who are sitting here, they are living in an age which will see the biggest boost and the biggest impetus to production and productivity which the world has ever seen before.
Mr. Kant, you've been also very passionate about startups. In fact, in your new avatar also, you have hinted that you would like to work closely with startups in your new avatar. Tell us a little bit about, India is the 3rd largest startup ecosystem in the world, but there are, governance issues which keep popping up, and then, the whole, the startup community in that sense gets a bad name for a while. And then again, lessons are learned. What is the, way you think the real startup revolution can go to the next level in India?
So sort of when we started the Startup India movement in 2016, and many women entrepreneurs were involved then, the country just had about 156 odd startups. Today you have over 150,000 startups, you have over 140 unicorns, many of them led by women. So the Indian startup movement really took off, and I think we were able to attract a lot of good funding. What we see are some aberrations in terms of good governance. When VCs invest money, they want quick results, and therefore, my view is that audit, good financial discipline, good governance is really the key to the long-term future. A good startup must mature into a top-class company, and that requires a huge amount of self-discipline. It requires tremendous amount of good governance. It requires a great amount of, you have the innovative spirit. You want to do disruption, but you must ensure that there must be good auditing and good finance, and there must be good principles of governance. Because once startups, you have a lot of startups falling by the wayside, you will find regulations getting in. And the worst thing we'll ever do in this country is to get government regulations. There must be self-regulation for startups, and the startups must do their own self-regulation, and that's really critical to my mind. But I think I find that there's far greater discipline, there's far greater financial management, there's much better audit management in women-led startups than the men-led startups.
And do you think that's true? And in fact, do you think the lessons are being learnt by the startup ecosystem in general?
Yeah, because if you don't do this, you'll find it very difficult to attract PE funds and VC funds. And the challenge for India is really to be able to attract PE funds and VC funds on a very, very large scale. And that's important because we also need to be far more innovative, far more R&D oriented. We should not be copycats. India has vast amount of data. We have 520,000 startups. The great thing that's happening is that the number of women in STEM education has risen in India. It's gone up to about, I was quite amazed, 43% of the students getting into STEM education in India are all women. So you're going to see many more startups by women. And we need to really, really push that through greater amount of funding for them. So I really hope that the new deep tech fund of 20,000 crore actually allocates, say, 5,000 to 6,000 crores only for women.
Yes, that will really drive the change. That's true. I cannot, as we sort of come to the end of this session, Mr. Kant, I cannot help but ask you one question. You've been a star bureaucrat. You've been in multiple roles. How difficult was it to convince your boss that you need to do something different right now?
So I'd done 45 years in government. I'd retired about 10 years back, and I was CEO. I was Niti Aayog. I was reporting to the PM. And then I was telling him when I was in Niti Aayog that I wanted to be out of the government, and then he said, do another year. So it went on. And then when I left Niti Aayog, I went to call on him. He said, you go and join us G20 Sherpa. And I didn't realize what I was getting into. It was a nightmare of a job to get consensus amongst 20 countries. And then when that finished, I kept requesting him. So he finally said, if you've made up your mind, then I won't stand in your way. You go and do what you feel like, and I'll support it. So that's how it happened. So the Prime Minister has been very, very supportive, and I've learned a lot from him. His big picture, his vision, his ability, all that we did, Make in India, Startup India, Aspirational District, the production-linked incentive scheme, many of these things that I did was because of his leadership, his vision. I was executing them. So it was a pleasure and a delight working with him. And he kindly agreed that I should move out of the government.
And it's been a stellar innings, Mr. Kant. What next? I mean, we know a little bit of what's happened already, but what's really the next step for you? I refuse to believe that you'll only be playing golf and just doing a little bit of things here and there. So what's next?
So, whatever I do, I'll work with the best and the brightest people. And I want to drive India's growth story. And there are many dimensions to India's growth story. So I'll be advising the Fairfax Group of Canada, and I'm the senior advisor to the SMBC Bank, and I'll be I'm on the Indigo board right now, but I'll be supporting about 5 or 6 startups, and I'll be very happy to mentor any dynamic women-led startup. It'll be a pleasure for me. But I really want to give a lot of more time to the startup movement in India, and I'm also the chancellor of this very high-tech university called the NIIT University, which is into AI, machine learning, and cybersecurity, etc. So, with all this, I think I've already packed up enough for myself. I also want to improve my handicap in golf.
I'm sure you will do that as well, given your excellence at multitasking, Mr. Kant. You know why he has been the star bureaucrat for India. Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand for Amitabh Kant.
Thank you. Thank you, Saurav. Great pleasure.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, can you sense the quiver in my voice? Because the next session is magnificent. It is broad, it is diverse. It's actually, technically and statistically speaking, the largest session that we are doing today in terms of panel. It's going to be a lot of fun. I want you guys to take notes. And remember the people in the back seat. The energy. Can we have a huge round of applause for the next session before I announce it? All right, the phrase "content is king" has never been as relevant as it is today. With Indian consumers being spoiled for choice with a plethora of options, streaming services available to them, the only way the platforms can woo consumers is through high-quality stories. The consumers too, all of us here in this room, have evolved. All of this has led to a massive change in the way content is being created today. And that's why it gives me immense pleasure to invite the coolest table right here in the front on stage. A huge round of applause as I announce each and every name. It should be louder subsequently for every name. The first one, it's my honor to have on stage Jyoti Deshpande, President Media and Content Business at Reliance Industries Limited. Monica Shergill, VP Content, Netflix India. I can hear the tudum right there. Vikram Malhotra, Founder and CEO, Abundantia Entertainment. Ram Madhvani, filmmaker, director and producer. And Kiran Rao, filmmaker who needs no introduction. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And this session will be moderated by Ajita Sashidhar, and in the spirit of diversity and inclusion, I will also join the proceedings. Okay. There's a slight tremble in my voice because this is way out of my leagues, way out of my depths. Monica, the first time that I came to you on a show, I'd asked you whether I could audition for a reality show, if you remember, many years ago.
Yes, I remember.
I never made it there. I'm clearly over here on stage. That's how life pans out. But now someone told me this is the biggest audition of my life. Because if Monica doesn't answer the call, there's very, very illustrious mega names here who might just give me a shot. I've been learning my lines, I've been working out, almost ended up breaking my hand, Jyoti.
All roads lead to Monica.
Tudum, that's our Tudum moment. This is going to be a fun session. Ajita, we're going to have a great time, and I promise you we're going to cover the length and breadth of this stage. Monica, we're talking about the changing face.
Can I just say, since we were waiting backstage, they have all ganged up to have
Really?
fun. And they said for every question, they'll say, oh, all roads lead to Monica. So I'm not going to answer anything. Please ask
I mean,
them
it's
first.
not like I was
we
in on
won't
it,
let that
but I
happen.
am going to be following that rationale for the rest of this conversation. Since all roads lead to Monica, Monica, the changing face of content. And it's interesting because over the past few years, content consumption patterns have changed here in India. What we like, what we consume, and more importantly, the stories really matter. It could be language, and culture agnostic. We're very interested in seeing all sorts of content on our OTT platforms. How have you been viewing this from your end at Netflix India? Because we've seen some of the most iconic shows, and they don't necessarily have to be made for the Indian audiences. We actually have some great scripts, some great stories that are made in India for the rest of the world as well.
I think the audience is dramatically evolving every single day. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the audience has become the creators themselves. So everybody has a phone in hand, everybody has a lot of creators' tools now, and they're watching so much which is coming at them, whether it is something we are making in our industry as professionally finished, curated content in any format that it might be, or it is coming from, far off shores, different countries, different cultures. And what is happening is that everything that they're watching, whether it is a small joke, or it is a film, or it is a full series that they're watching, or a chat show, or anything, on open platforms or curated platforms, it's evolving their taste at a very fast pace, which doesn't mean that what we knew has ceased to work. I think when you have too many options, it's like I see a lot of people, I think you've kept too much food there and many options, so I can see different people having different kinds of things to eat and drink. When you have so many options of different kinds of stories, formats, and you have the pick from anywhere you can take, it becomes really important for us to become more intentional in our approach to how do we tell those stories, what are the emotional truths of that story, how are we balancing tradition with innovation, and zeitgeist in our stories, how are we balancing, and I would say from a platform perspective, how do you balance intuition with some amount of data that you see, but it's primarily intuition. And with all the tools that are available, how do you keep the legacy things going and yet, honor transformation as you're telling stories? So I think we have to be very close to our audiences. They are giving us cues every single day with what they're watching, what they're rejecting, what they're loving more of. We see that in every medium. So I think they are the biggest truth right now.
Taking Monica's point ahead, Jyoti, I would like to come to you. So, as you know, the June issue of Fortune India was an entertainment special, and I learned a lot from all of you, and I picked up a lot of words, as you talked about content becoming much more individualistic, much more rooted in culture, and language, nobody really cares whether the content is in Malayalam, Telugu, or Bengali. As long as it's good, everyone watches it. So, and you have put together a lot of interesting content, which I would say is rather bold, like Article 370, then Stree. I'll come to her. So it'll be interesting to hear from you as to how has the audience evolved over the years, because you've been in the industry forever, for almost 3 decades, if I'm not mistaken. So how has the audience evolved? How different is the audience today from what it was many years ago, what they were many years ago?
So I think taking a cue from, what Monica was saying, the audience is absolutely spoiled for choice. And as storytellers, we are focused on stories rather than platforms. So we are thinking about a script and a story and seeing how culturally relevant is the story. Who is it going to appeal to? Why should this story be told at all? Will it have any purchase? Will it have any chance of becoming part of pop culture? Is any character or the world of that story likely to be part of a dinner table conversation or social media? Will it get any traction? So these are things that we think about. Not whether are we making it for OTT or are we making it for theaters or will someone watch it on the mobile. So last year we had an Article 370, we had Lapata Ladies, we had a Stree, we had a Shaitan, Singham. So it was a diverse sort of portfolio of different genres of story, many of them women-driven, many of them with social messages while being wildly entertaining. commercial as well as critical, acclaim. So I don't think there is any sort of magic formula, but I think it's important to break clutter, not just follow a fad. We tend to, in our industry, generally try and ride a fad until the fad is not a fad anymore, and some of us then just get caught in the wrong end of the fad. So I think it's important to listen to the consumers, ride the wave, create the wave, rather than trying to follow the wave.
Kiran, I would now like to come to you. You've always made films which catered to a particular niche. But Laapata Ladies broke all records. And, it not only it was a blockbuster, it not only did well in the theater, on Netflix, but it also kind of, it kind of broke all, you also got nominated for the Oscars. So, what really went into creating Laapata Ladies? Did you ever imagine it to be such a big success? And also, do you think the Indian audience is really ready to consume these kind of films?
Honestly, I don't think any of us could have predicted what, the kind of success and love that the film got. We made it with, conviction. I had a producer who found the story for me and allowed me to make it the way I wanted to make it, Amir. I had a producer, Jyoti, who took it to the whole world, sold it like it was a blockbuster film. And everybody believed in this story. And I think what we learned from the experience of putting that film out was exactly what Jyoti and Monica said, which is that stories, connect with people regardless of maybe tastes have changed, maybe our, attention spans have shortened. But if you have a good story, I think you have an audience. And in fact, Laapata Ladies was one of these interesting films which was running in cinemas when it actually came on Netflix. And contrary to what people believe, where, coming on a streamer would harm the film, it blew up on Netflix. It became so popular on Netflix that it actually got more cinemas. And more people went to cinemas to watch it as well. And of course, it continued to do very well on Netflix. So I'm of the opinion that, theatrical, streaming, all of us are part of a creative industry where we want to see good stories told, and we want more audiences at home watching, in cinemas watching, sort of engaging with what we make. And I think Laapata gave us all the satisfaction of doing just that. So yeah, thanks.
Ram, I'd like to come to you with the next one, because we were shooting a show recently where we had Michelin chefs, and they told me, Indian Michelin chefs around the world said that sometimes telling the story of how they got there and how that food was prepared is not always told articulately or the right way when we're telling the world that story, because we don't wear a lot of that as a badge of pride when we're talking about Indian food, for example. Now, when we come back to content, we see maybe Korean shows and Korean cinema doing so well. Is there even an intention or that ambition for us to be able to talk more openly, perhaps as even producers, when we're creating that content, to be able to tell the story for the rest of the world? More Indian content going global? Is that a conversation that needs to be had?
So first, thank you for getting Vikram and me on we feel inclusive that you have us on a women's panel. So thank you, Ajita, for getting some men onto this. We promise not to do any mansplaining.
It was her request to have me here as well.
But my roots are in advertising. I have done content. We've done Nirja, we've done Arya, we've done other shows and movies. But what happened in advertising was that we had something called the Cannes Advertising Film Festival. And we were also hungry to win that award. And that became so much part of the competition that we began making work that was just necessarily international. And so we were also greedy to try and get that. And I feel maybe one of the things that we need for content is to get out of our own little pond and start feeling a little more greedy about audiences which are not just in Jaipur and Lucknow, and where we are told that we must actually also go to. And I feel that that competitiveness hasn't yet happened, okay, within our industry, because there is nobody actually pushing you to say, okay, listen, you're going to compete with the world. Like when in advertising, we were competing with Brazil, we were competing with Thailand, and therefore automatically, which is not to say that we were not rooted. We were very, very rooted, but we were doing work that we wanted recognized internationally, because that was like our brownie point. So I think that's something that we maybe need in content, because we are actually quite happy getting an Indian audience. I think with Korea, what happened was that there is a content culture, there's a soft kind of a orange economy, which this time when we were at Waves, which was in one of these halls, and I think that the government actually is trying to support us to get to this orange economy. And I think that that conversation is hopefully also going to, it's no longer make in India, it's now create in India. And I think that create in India is something which we're now getting a little more courage to say, okay, create in India so that you can speak to the world. So,
Jyoti, you want to chime in?
Yes, I think we get given the example of, Korean content and how it blew up, globally. It wasn't by accident. It wasn't, just something that happened absolutely organically. But the Korean government put systematic intention, resources, and money behind Korean culture. So whether it's Michelin stars, whether it was their food, whether it was their fashion, whether it was K-pop, whether it was creating those stars, making them part of mainstream culture. So they got accepted in America. So it took a systematic effort and resources to make that whole thing happen. And then, of course, the K-pop stars started featuring in Netflix shows, and that whole sort of became a self-fulfilling proposition, and Korean content sort of blew up. So for our, to give stats, Hollywood sort of makes, say, 60 to 70% of their money outside of the US. We make the reverse. So international markets for us is, say, 30% of our revenue, and 70% of our revenue is from India. So for us to get to that level of mainstream acceptance, and for us to break out of the diaspora, and for films like Lapata Ladies to, go win the Oscar and be consumed by, 150 countries around the world, we need, a lot more backing than just the effort of an odd company.
So just to build on that, this is very interesting that it's pertinent, because we're not just talking about problems, we're also coming up with solutions on this panel here. How do we really work towards that? You said, of course, there was a push from government in Korea. Let's learn from some of those examples.
So the food you said. So we start with, if your Michelin star Indian cooks are not, chefs are not feeling good about being Indian Michelin star chefs, we need to change that. Food, fashion, content. So it's a whole ecosystem. It's about wearing our country and our culture on our sleeve and celebrating it with the world. And we need the government as well as the industry to rally around this.
Ajita?
I would, pose the same question to you, Vikram. So when we're talking about taking Indian content to the global diaspora, one thing we notice is most of the global content companies, they own their IPs. But India is still a market where largely content is commissioned. So what do we need to do differently? And what kind of a mindset change does it require for us to start owning the IP? What do we need to do differently?
IP isn't a single-use product. IP inherently stands for long-term value of a property. We tend to think that it's anchored in content and films and shows, and that's become the sort of tunnel vision to how we've started viewing IP. IP has several layers to it. To begin with, ownership of IP comes in with financial wherewithal to be able to hold on to what you're producing or distributing, seeing long-term potential in that. To solve that, you need structured financial capabilities available throughout the ecosystem, throughout the value chain. The second part is the utility value of that IP. I have this question that I ask lots of filmmakers. What are you going to do with this IP? I remember about 10 to 15 years ago, there was this, when holding on to intellectual property rights and derivative rights was sort of catching on and becoming a conversation. The one question I would ask is, what's your plan with this? It's not a bankable product in its truest sense. IP emerges from the ability to extend and leverage it. To your point, there is a yes and a no to it. Is it true that in Hollywood or globally, producers or creators hold on to this IP? That's actually not true. Some of the biggest franchises in the world are institutionally owned by studios, by platforms, and that doesn't happen in India because we've never been driven by franchise building storytelling or IP building storytelling. Adding a 2 to a film title or adding a returns to a film title isn't really IP building. So it starts from what's the content perspective. The MCU did not emerge overnight. It's a 22-year effort from scratch to build a universe. IP is going to be about the stories that we tell and how we can give long-term legs to that. And if there is value, I see no reason why ownership or even the right kind of sharing. We are working with Netflix and Monica on a wide variety of content, and I'm happy to tell you that this doesn't even come up as a concern, because if that turns out well, why would there not be an extension? So I think there isn't a single answer that defines why IP is not being held by Indian producers versus or creators versus the West. I think it's the objective of the IP that's getting created. That matters.
And we've been able to hold on to 100% of our IP. So, you know.
You're also talking about building global franchises. That's what came out in our reporting when we did that story. So would you like to talk about it?
Holding on to IP, like he said, is platforms are not prescribing anything. It's about finding the right story. So if a studio has the wherewithal to make the financial investment, put their money where their mouth is, make a compelling story, and ride the risk of a platform not licensing it or licensing it, then the studio can own its IP and still have a collaborative relationship with the platform. But really, this is just semantics. Where the effort has to go is in creating compelling worlds, compelling characters, franchises that outlive one outing, and creating a story that has legs to travel. We don't do 360-degree like merchandising. We don't send mugs, t-shirts, gaming, theme parks. So I don't think we have scratched the tip of the iceberg in terms of what we can do. And that's not because you can take a non-compelling story and start selling mugs around it. Those characters have to create that kind of, I go back to pop culture, become that important in pop culture, and people would want to keep those mugs and buy those mugs and wear those t-shirts. So I think a lot of, we tend to get transactional where, a lot of producers, when we create content because you're borrowing on interest and you want to get rid of the film as soon as possible, it's a trading mentality. As and when more consolidation happens, which it is happening, and storytellers are able to focus on storytelling, and there are other people to sort of put the structure around it, more focus will go in more rooted stories and world building and character building that will outlive that one outing.
Kiran, Jyoti mentioned...
Sorry, also, you know, like Vikram was rightly saying, there has to be a business case for an IP. Not everything is an IP. It's a story. And what the value of that world is, what are you going to do with it, what is the pure business value of extension of that world. Copyright is different from IP. So, and franchise is different from both. So it's really important, it's very nuanced, and we tend to roll all words into one. If I have to give you an example of us at Netflix, so much of our content is actually, the IP is not owned by us. In fact, there is more content where we don't own the IP than where we do. When we lean into an idea, you know, from the get-go, and we are there to enable the creators, the producers, take 100% of the risk and back them, you know, and take it from that entire journey of building it into a story, developing it, and creating it, marketing it, and then it comes. Even after that, streaming platforms have a huge distribution cost, which I think no one understands. The value that you create something at, on top of that rests everything that you do at the streamer's end, the whole infrastructure of the streamer. Even to stream something from the CDNs, from where the signal goes, if you click play and you say, I want to watch this, there is a signal that goes along the network. From the CDNs, it comes back. It comes to that network close to your home. You pay the entire value. What we as consumers, if I'm an audience, what I pay is from my house to that closest point. But that whole journey and the number of languages, subbing and dubbing has become one of the biggest reasons why stories are traveling. 70% of consumption on Netflix of stories, and I'm talking about the whole world, not just India, 70% of stories on Netflix per se are consumed in subs and dubs, which means it's like, you know, when you see the map of the globe and you see the flights going across, we've all seen that map, that's how storytelling happens on Netflix. That is the visual, the way stories are traveling across cultures, across languages. You don't even know who's watching what, where, and actually getting inspired, getting moved. People are, you know, opening restaurants of different, I mean, now Indian food has been very popular everywhere, but you go now, the locations people talk about, they talk so much more about food, whether it's Korean here, it's Indian everywhere. They are spotting stories, talent. So I think there's a power in just making stories travel. It's the value chain. At what point do you support an idea? If it's theatrical films, like Jyoti said, and many more, it depends. What amount of risk can you share, and what is the worth of that IP that you want to hold on to? So I think it's important to think that through, be very clear about it, and you know, partnership can happen in many ways.
What I'm gathering from that is the right story matters. I think that was the crux of what you were saying earlier as well. And I just want to segue into something that we have to talk about. The influence of technology on creating content, whether we're talking about AI, everyone likes to talk about it, or social media, UGC. And some of the content, a lot of the top platforms have acquired, and even the talent pool we're talking about, now social media stars are finding their way on a lot of these platforms in different shapes and forms. Kiran, I want to get your thoughts on it, because is that something that has truly democratized how content is created? We know people who've made you know, full-length films on iPhones and smartphones now. Technology is changing the paradigm altogether. How much has it really you know, changed that inertia, or changed the entry level for everyone, democratized the content space?
I think it absolutely has democratized creation of content, but more than that, I think technology has changed our DNA. I mean, us as people, I feel we have, in many ways, technology has become an extension of the way we function, of the way we think. And when we think about entertainment today, I feel it's been affected so much. The way we are has been affected by social media so much that entertainment, I think, theatrical, how we say theatrical films are struggling or everybody's moving. I think it's social media more than anything else that's challenging our consumption of anything. Because I think people are finding that dopamine hit much more easily with a reel or a short or something on YouTube or on TikTok or wherever it is that the rest of the world spends those 5 minutes in the loo or on the train than, struggling between theatrical and streaming. I think theatrical and streaming are very much on one side of the creation of what I like to call either entertainment or media. It's become content because of the number of people now in this vast pool because of technology who are able to create something wherever they are. It's wonderful that it gives voice to people anywhere and people are able to be creative with the littlest and most simple tools, which are actually very complex when you think about it. A smartphone really is a mini computer, but it's wonderful in that because I think it's given a lot of joy to a lot of people. It's given incomes to so many people. And honestly, I think we are influenced. Our industries are definitely influenced by social media stars, by social media trends. The challenge really is what are we going to do with the abundance of this technology? It's available. Is it making our storytelling any better? Are we able to communicate better with each other? Because I do think that art or entertainment was invented, quote unquote, so that we could communicate with each other. We could connect with each other. We had things to share. We had things to, laugh about or grieve about or get scared about together. And whether technology has made that, it's made that experience almost so easy that we are now, sort of impatient for the next thing. And it's almost deadened our sense of wonder, this kind of ease of being able to get that little fix of whatever it is within 3 seconds and 10 seconds, which is what social media has done. So for us as people who are creating, it's going beyond that 5 and 10 second barrier and appealing to that human side of people to say, okay, stay with me, let's be in a room together and share this experience, let's watch this story or listen to my story, watch my story, So yes, it has democratized, yes, it's made it much easier, and it's also made it much harder, and it's changing us as people. And I think that's something that we all need to, across all the, divides that we make between, creators, distributors, exhibitors, streamers, we need to come together and talk about this and talk about how people, as people, where do we see this going? Because technology is just going to keep making those leaps and bounds ahead, and AI is going to put many, many people out of work or change the way we work completely. So I think it's a time to regroup and look at what technology is doing to us as people.
That's a fascinating point, Monica. I want to build on that. Does that then become...
I'm just going to ask
It does deserve a round of applause, though.
Yes, it does.
It does.
But I'm going to debate this for a moment because I'm one of the rare people who knows where the word technology comes from. Okay? It comes from a Greek word called technos. And the word technos comes from art. Every technology in the world has liberated art. Whether it was sound for movies, whether it was in 1960s when we had cinema verite, everything is meant to liberate us. Okay, right now, we at Ram Madhvani Films have just made a virtual reality film because I'm very frustrated by the idea that nobody knows how to use VR Okay, AI, of course, we're now all using, but what about virtual reality? There's something which has come to us, which actually is going to allow us to escape the attention deficit economy by actually making it immersive. And it's going to take us away from this, the second dopamine. And why are we not using it? So we've just made a film on VR to tell you what it feels like to be immersed. And the reason is because I want to embrace technology. I think that's going to liberate us like crazy. So I want to go out there and say, yes for technology.
100%. I think we all should.
We all agree, though. Yes for technology.
Yes, fascinating. There's a reason that the world's biggest companies are investing in some of those emerging technologies, just like VR, AR, and XR. But Monica, I want to understand the flip side to it, because Ram already played devil's advocate there, but I want to do it either way. Is it largely that the attention deficit economy that he coined it so well as, does that become a challenge for platforms like Netflix? Because all of us Gen Z and millennials with the attention span of a goldfish who just want to swipe up and get that dopamine hit, now you need to keep us engaged on your platforms, be it gaming, be it getting wrestling on the platform. Does that then require you to huddle up and reinvent?
I think we have to fundamentally understand, I agree with Kiran on the point that we are not realizing that social media is changing us far more than any long format storytelling or any medium of art or storytelling. I think that 5 minute that we spoke about, or few seconds, actually ends up becoming doom scrolling, and you don't know where 1 hour went when you thought that you didn't have time to watch a great film. You thought you'll watch something small, which you'll just kill time versus spend time. So I think it's really important for us to differentiate, and really work very intentionally, passionately, creatively, use technology in the right way to elevate storytelling so that more people want to spend time, quality time, finding meaningful stories and getting that satisfaction. And also, not getting that little fix that can come from anything, which I agree is deadening our senses. And there is, by the way, there's a lot of good stuff on social media. Businesses run, so I don't want to by any means, like Kiran, I think both of us said the same thing. It's not that things are all bad. But it's really important to be, to see what do we need to do to tell better stories. I think it is that time. Yes, at every point in time, some medium or the other is challenged in a certain decade. And when that happens, you think that something else, something new is coming, it's going to gobble this up, take over. I think it's important to know that ultimately stories that touch people, that matter, that become a part of conversation, how do you nurture them? How do you nurture new voices? I think it's an opportunity to use certain mediums, etc., to find newer voices that can actually come and tell those stories that can engage people a lot more. So I think we are, in a way, we are spoiled for choices with new creators also coming, but we have to channelize them into telling the kind of stories that can engage people a lot more than those few seconds worth of a laugh, or that's also there and it's good. But I do think that, and I want to give the example of Squid Game actually, that's the best kind of story, long format that can happen. From the moment it dropped, the next day itself, it was trending in 93 countries. It has just gone crazy in the way people are watching. And by the way, it is not a mindless show where people are being killed. It is a show about social injustice, inequality, poor people in Korea who did not know how to pay their loans. And it is about human greed and what we can do. So all the themes that matter as a human condition are in that show. But it is scripted so beautifully, and across 3 seasons, the audience has grown and grown. So when you tell stories, whether it's a Lapata Ladies, it's a Squid Game, or any kind of story, or a Hiramandi, or an IC814, stories where people get to experience something powerful, different, that engages them, they do become a part of pop culture, and we like to call it the Netflix effect. It just lights up the global map, and it's thrilling to see that, but really these stories have done that.
Ram, I would come to you now. So there are newer models coming up. So you have traditionally platforms which have been subscription driven. They're moving to advertising driven. And also you hear about TV Plus coming up in a big way, so which I'm told is, from whatever I have understood, it's slightly more expensive than the traditional television content, but it's less expensive than the streaming content. So, with all these new kind of models coming up, how would storytelling evolve? Would it have an impact on the quality of storytelling that you do?
So, about 2 years ago when we were doing Arya, then we were told by the channel to put Kohler ka mirror ka shot. Okay, so because of brand placement, and we were told to put Kohler mirror in the shot where Shushmita is meant to wash her face. So I said, I come from advertising, so I said, listen, I don't think that either Shushmita or the show or Arya or Kohler is going to be happy with this. But I had to do it because there was a lot of money coming our way. And then I said, is there another way that we can do this? And in the last 6 months, I have now started having conversations with channels where I'm saying, can we embrace the brand? Can we actually make the 22-minute ad film? Can we make the 45-minute ad film? Can we make Barbie? Can we make Lego? Can we make, many years ago, we had a show called Meri Dad Ki Maruti. And if we can make the brand in the center of the content, and the conversations that we are now having with the platforms and with brands and with agencies, is to say, listen, let's not apologize for the brand. Let's not give it so that it becomes like, acha, abhi ad aa gaya. No, embrace it. Let's go out there and actually create content, because if Barbie can do it, Lego can do it, then why can't we? Why can't we be here and actually make content which is brand in the center of it? Without that, the content doesn't exist. And this is where the conversations that I feel, and the more I'm having these conversations, whether with platforms or with brands, both people are interested in actually going out there. And I don't think that the public actually has a problem with this, because I think that's a Western notion where, oh, listen, it has to be, brand placement where you don't know it was brand placement. No, I say, go for it fully. So this is what the conversations that I'm having, and they're very positive on both sides.
Vikram, I would now come to you. What is your view about this TV Plus content that everyone is talking about? In an era when people want high quality products, will TV Plus content really work?
Ajita, I have a fundamental problem with us as manufacturers labeling what the audience wants to watch. TV Plus is a term we've coined within the industry. The audience wants the content that they think is worth their time and money. And that content has to not just compete with other forms of stories, theaters, but it has to compete with time that people spend today eating out, enjoying live events, spending time with friends, or simply the pressures of their work. Content that has wide access. A story like Lapata Ladies finds an audience which is far above and beyond what you would expect. A show like Squid Game finds resonance in a non-English market the world over, including India. So I think stories that have greatest access to the maximum amount of viewers is what everybody wants. As a producer, I want that content to go to theaters as much as I want that content to go on streaming, as much as I want that content to go on television. So I think screens need to stop mattering. The idea is anybody to succeed in India needs to go out to those big masses. It cannot be the purview of the top 10 cities where we continue delivering those shows, because our competition is not just with the next story that's there or the next Friday's release. So I believe stories that have resonance wide and deep in this country are the stories that will work. So if we call them TV plus or film minus, I don't think that's the benchmark to look at it. I think these mathematical formula don't apply. We were talking about attention deficit economies. I completely hate that word. It's not attention deficit. We are competing with so many other things. If people wanted 10 seconds or 2 minutes of reels, why are they spending 8 hours binging shows? Why are they going to theaters and watching a 3.5-hour film? It's the content that is compelling them to go there, and to succeed, like I said, in India, you have to go reach out to the real India. And if that's called TV plus, so be it.
Jyoti, it's interesting. It's interesting since you're talking about, and I love how the attention deficit economy has become the centerpiece of this conversation. Thank you for bringing that up again. But to understand the audience, the masses, insights coming in, all the tech, all the resources, it would help to be at a large group like you are, to really be able to leverage that technology and those insights, because to tell those stories, we need to ensure that that input is working as output. Does that make a huge difference as well?
Sure, you're talking about data mining, but going back to the tech part of it, see, technology is such a wide sweeping word, and we generally confuse artificial intelligence with ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not, the end all of artificial intelligence. I dream of a world where, technology and artificial intelligence and other parts of technology will enable us to make Mahabharata. We've been wanting to make Mahabharata for years in our country, but it has never been viable. But technology is the only thing that can become an enabler, and we can tell stories in India and take them to the world.
So we've just made the Mahabharata on virtual reality using AI.
Yes, I saw that.
So we've just done that. And so when you said it, I said, okay, I better say it because otherwise nobody will know I've done it.
So see, there you go. Someone's making Ramayana. So I think technology, she talked about dubbing and subtitling it in millions of languages. Technology is going to make all of these things efficient. We always sort of scar technology as going to take away jobs, it's going to take away this. We're not going to start writing scripts on ChatGPT. I think technology is a very strong enabler. Data allows us to understand consumers better so that we are never losing pulse of the audience. If you lose pulse of the audience, it's a square peg, round hole. You're telling a story to yourself, and there's no one else to listen or engage with that story. So, so that's the role of data. But I think technology, which is a very, very broad term, will evolve. I think skilling, will have to happen in a very large scale, where people will have to skill themselves to use that technology. So I see a very bright future for our industry.
But then I want to circle back to our previous point on IP, Ram.
What Jyoti was saying is that I think because we're in the business of feelings, and I don't think that AI can actually predict the feeling that I should actually give you. So because I'm in what they call as Ras Nishpatti, right? I'm basically making sure that I press that emotion in you. And how will AI be able to actually tell what emotion I should generate? It's generating many things, but currently I don't think it's generating a feeling.
Ram, that's one piece, but just to build on that, we're going to get back to the point on IP then. When you talk about AI-generated content and the promise of it, the biggest concern globally has been IP infringement. Where are those data sets coming from? Where are those large language learning models really being trained upon? So, Ram, was that a concern when you were coming up with something like the Mahabharata in using AI?
Well, first we've done the Bhagavad Gita on VR using AI. But I've been reading a lot about, obviously everybody's reading about data swamping and data crawling and data and AI hallucinations. And I'm very excited and interested it's a bit, so I'm sorry, I'm going to spend 1 minute. I don't mean to be taking up too much time, but this is very exciting because what you're really talking about is the karma and the past life of that AI data. Okay, and therefore the many past lives and the karma of that AI data, and what is the quality of that karma and what is the quality of that data is actually what is going to define what is the quality of that species. So I think that's really where we are.
You know, let's simplify this argument. Yes. It's like, you've seen Lion King. So the argument is the exact Lion King. Who owns the copyright for that? However, there may be a technology company that has learned how to construct a lion. So is that learning propriety or the end product propriety? So, you know, you work for a company and then you go to another company. When you go to another company, you cannot steal the data of the previous company. But what you've learned is yours to keep and apply.
Well put,
So
Ajita.
just one last question. The time's up. I can see that, but just one last question. I can't.
But you better make it to a woman and not a man.
So, so you know, there's a whole debate around theaters becoming passé and, you know, the streaming taking over. And the recent film that Amir has released, he talked about, he's very clear that he would not release a film. He would release a film only in theater and it will not hit the streaming platforms anytime soon. So just wanted to understand how important is a theatrical release for a filmmaker like you?
I truly believe that what a theatrical experience gives you is something very primeval. It's kind of goes back to when human beings sat in a cave together in the dark, watched shadows on the wall of the cave, felt something as the storyteller was telling them a story around a fire. It's something that is an experience, and I don't think anybody wants it to be, you know, become redundant or go away. I think what has and probably will happen is that there is going to be a differentiation between the kinds of films that will definitely get a theatrical release, because there are so many platforms now that people consume creative content on. So I feel that this is something that we've time again felt that theaters are going to be, you know, dead. I don't think they ever will be, as long as human beings want to be together. They want to actually have that communal experience, laugh together, you know, stand up and leave as the credits are coming up, discussing a film. It's about human connections, and I think that we are all in the business of human connections, and I don't think any of us want the theatrical experience to die.
Vikram, do you have a point of view? How important is a theatrical release for you?
I'm proudly going to do that. Community experiences are important, but I don't know. I'm a believer that the speed at which technology is changing, we could be making our own movies for all you know. So I think people are going to go to theaters if the reason is compelling. If the reason is to stay at home and watch something, I think that's going to be the best experience. We don't know. We don't know where this is headed.
So I think we need to close this discussion now.
Also,
So
I
thank
think
you
we
so
have
much.
to remember, we are talking about movie making. Theater is a space to experience it, which is beautiful. It's a social gathering. It's like going to the games, going to, you know, sporting events. So movie making is something that is here to stay. Storytelling, who experiences a great story where, is something which will be a matter of personal choice, and also how they want to experience it, in terms of, is it something which is so wonderful that you want to sit and laugh with people, you want to get scared together, you know, what's that experience that you're looking for? And I think the most important thing is to just focus on telling great stories. Audiences will come, they will find those stories. There is no challenge of discoverability today. It's really about how well are we making our stories, and you know, what are the cultural and emotional truths that we are delivering through them.
I just want to say at the end of this, 3 cheers for this panel, because you all started off saying all roads lead to Monica, and she ended the discussion. A huge round of applause. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And I will now not use AI because this creator will step this side. And thank you all yet again. And thank you for being a lovely audience. We're going to prep for the next session. A huge round of applause for our panel, please. Well, that means that was a fascinating panel because everyone is up and about and as excited as we are for our next set of commitments. Can I please request everyone to have a seat because picture abhi baki hai. There is a lovely show we planned for you. And now it gives me immense pleasure to invite on stage a very special individual, none other than our Vice Chairman at the RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Shashwat Goenka. Huge round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's my absolute privilege to welcome you all today as we come together to celebrate India's most powerful women, who don't just lead, but redefine leadership. These are women who lead by thought, setting the intellectual agenda for their industries. They are women who lead by example, walking the talk with integrity, courage, and consistency. They are women who lead by action, rolling up their sleeves and driving real change, on the ground, in the boardroom, and across the nation. Time and again, women have shown that leadership is not about command, it's about conviction. It's not about control, but about leading with compassion, clarity, and collective progress. In every setting, be it corporate, creative, or community, women have proven to be the most instinctive, inclusive, and impactful leaders. The same is true across sectors: business, government, science, sports, the arts, you name it. They are shaping the future, breaking barriers, and lifting others as they rise. Today, we honor not just their titles or accomplishments, but their spirit, their power, their resilience, and their unwavering belief in a better tomorrow. Let this not just be a celebration, but a call to keep amplifying their voices, their choices, and their leadership. Please join me in a huge round of applause for our country's most powerful women, because when they lead, the world moves forward. With that backdrop, it is my privilege to introduce to you our chief guest for today. He is one of India's most dynamic and impactful leaders. He is transformative in thought and in action. A visionary who not only sets bold goals, but also turns them into reality. He is a leader who believes in purpose, not just position, progress, not just promises, and in creating value that is inclusive, sustainable, and future-facing. His journey is a testament to what happens when conviction meets courage, and when leadership is rooted in both intellect and empathy. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest for the evening, Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. As the current Minister of Road Transport and Highways, he holds the distinction of being the ministry's longest-serving minister. Under his exemplary leadership, India's road network has expanded to become the world's second largest, now exceeding 66.7 lakh kilometers. He has also championed the cause of alternative fuels, from CNG and ethanol to hydrogen fuel cells and hybrid technology. He has consistently encouraged cleaner mobility solutions. Ensuring road safety and the use of technology such as fast tags and now flash charging have also been a hallmark of his tenure. Ladies and gentlemen, these achievements are not just milestones in infrastructure development, but they are powerful symbols of vision, commitment, and nation building. Honorable Minister, sir, your work stands as an inspiration for all of us, reminding us what is possible when leadership is driven with purpose, with innovation, and a deep dedication to serving the country. Your work continues to shape not just the country, but our mindsets. Your vision sparks innovation, your actions inspire transformation, and your leadership leaves a legacy far beyond the present times. You truly lead from the front, with purpose, with passion, and with impact. Thank you for being here with us today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let the celebrations for this evening begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashwat, for that very, very terse and articulate introduction. But I still have, well, a little bit to say. He is the architect behind world-class expressways, vital infrastructure, like Shashwat said, and a tireless champion of sustainable, well, a greener future. For his insights on building the new India, and that's what this session will be called, can we please welcome the dynamic Mr. Nitin Gadkari on stage. This session will be moderated by Saurabh Majumdar, our editor-in-chief at Fortune India, and my colleague Ashutosh as well.
Thank you, Ashutosh. Ayush, you know, Gadkari ji is one person. We have now met a few times as we requested him and met him and requested him to come for this event. And we did a full cover story on his fantastic achievements as well. He is one person, when waiting for him, even if it is for 5 minutes, he will never let you go back without having something. There is always some fantastic poha to be had when you wait for Gadkari ji. And that, it draws us every time. Whenever we want to meet him and have that poha, we will come and, go and meet him at his residence. So thank you, Gadkari ji, for, first of all, for being here, and also equally for that wonderful poha which you keep giving us. So that's as far as Gadkari ji as a persona goes. He is one of the most, as Shashwat mentioned so rightly, he is one of the most efficient ministers this government has seen over the past 2.5 terms, now two terms and more. And he has literally transformed. We called him the alchemist in our cover story in Fortune India because his truly magical touch has transformed India's roads and highways sector. So he is truly a nation builder. First and foremost, Gadkari ji, I want to ask you, aapke ye jo pehle when you took over, we were discussing this NPA. When you took over, there was this whole stuck projects. So many projects were stuck because of financing problems, difficulties, promoters not being able to carry forward their projects. And then you had meetings regularly, late night meetings with all the people concerned. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gadkari helped India and Indian banks save NPAs worth rupees 3 lakh crore. So that itself is a massive feat for Mr. Gadkari. So Gadkari ji, tell us a little bit about that experience and what you did.
Actually, previously I was in Mumbai. I got appointed to construct Worli-Bandra Sea project, 55 flyovers, and Mumbai-Pune Express Highway. That experience gave me very important knowledge, and particularly the problem in the administration and implementation of infrastructure. And I'm not an engineer, neither I'm a chartered accountant. But the first time this experience helped me, and when I taken charge as a minister, we have 406 project, stole project, and actually there was the NPA more than 3 lakh crores in the Indian banks. And majority big company of India, I don't take the name of that companies, they are really facing crucial problem. And the basic problem was that the problem was not because of them. It is because of government. The land acquisition problem, utility shifting problem, judiciary decisions, environment forest clearance, railway clearance. And that is the reason. And there was the project delayed for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. And when the project was awarded, only 10% land was acquired. And after that, there's some code given the stay for that. That was the problem. So I decided with the positivity to resolve the issue. When I was in Mumbai, Balasaheb Thackeray gave me one plate, acrylic plate with written on the plate is, I like people who can get the things done. So I like that. I given that plate to my all officers. I don't know reasoning. You have to resolve the issues. And now when we call the meeting of all stakeholders, contractors, bankers, consultants, by understanding the problem from everybody, we take the decision. The project costing 40,000 crore, we terminated. And after that, we find out the way out. And that is the reason that now project, after resolving this problem, we at least save the Indian bankers from the NP of 3 lakhs crore. And the most important thing now presently in our policy, without getting 90% land in possession, we are not giving appointment date. Before the implementation of project, we have all taken all environment, forest clearance, clear all designs, railway for overbridge, other thing. Whatever the important thing may be, everything is ready, and then we start the project. And that is the reason that project like Mumbai-Delhi highway, that costing 1 lakh crore, and we have 85% project is completed. So it's a project of 1,380 kilometers. There are problems, but one thing I always believe in the philosophy, if there is a will, there is a way. And if there is no will, there is only survey, discussion, seminar, committee, subcommittee, and research group. So the most important thing is positivity, commitment, transparency, corruption-free system. And I'm very much actually very straightforward about it. I'm not going to spare any contractor, any officers. And now my target is to blacklist the contractors and take him to the jail. Those who are making bad quality of road, I am taking stern action against them. So there is a now good people, there is a good experienced contractors already in India. Now that they are supposed to be the longest tunnel in Asia, 11.8 kilometer. And the costing, government estimate was 12,000 crore. And we have now going to complete that project with 5,500 crore. More than 5,000 crore saving is there.
Fantastic. Sir, in fact, you know, your ministry has taken a lot of initiatives in Kashmir. We have heard about more tunnels and all. So, you know, how is it that the entire government and your ministry particularly is trying to kind of, you know, bring Kashmir closer to the mainland India?
Actually, you understand. After this Pahalgaon incident, now the people, majority, not majority, 100%, their sentiment was with India.
Yeah.
And they criticized the terrorists, the way in which they attacked the people. Because of good road infrastructure and other also things, the tourism was increased. And tourism is a sector where 49% of the capital investment is using for creating employment potential. And because of that tourism, the economy of Jammu and Kashmir is increased. And that is to be going to increase their per capita income and the growth rate in Jammu and Kashmir. So they understand the progress. And because of infrastructure, water, power, transport and communication, they understand here is the employment. Here by this methodology, we can eradicate the poverty. And that was the main reason the people understand, no, we want development. We want to eradicate the poverty. And for that reason, we want good quality of infrastructure. And that is the reason they criticize the terrorists and terrorist activities and their sentiment is in the mainstream. And that is to be important thing that we can eradicate the poverty not only, but we can resolve the socio-economic problem. In the same way, in my area in Gadchiroli district, which is supposed to be the capital of Naxalism, where we have now the investment of 7,50,000 crores. The iron ore of Gadchiroli is supposed to be 65 grade, which is supposed to be the best in the world now. And today all steel big companies are now investing in Gadchiroli. And the 5,000 young people who was previously engaged in the Naxalite movement, now they have got the jobs. And the socio-economic problem point of view, the Naxalism problem is resolved. Now law and order situation is good. And that is exactly the important, that we need to create jobs. We need to create increase in economic growth. And that is going to be helpful for making socio-economic transformation.
Sir, I would like to ask you one. You know, we are having problems with rare earth magnets. You know, you've talked about the investments that have gone in the Naxal-infested area. Do we see a future sometime, I mean, in the near term or the long term, where the areas which had been problem areas for us could probably, you know, contribute towards having rare earth magnets and all those contributions coming from these areas as well? Could we see that? I mean, are we likely to see that kind of future anytime soon, sir?
This is a problem now. Our automobile industry is facing this problem.
Yeah.
But one thing you understand, when I taken charge as a minister, the size of automobile industry was 13 lakh crores. Now the size of our industry is 22 lakh crore. At that time, our number was 7. And just 6 months before, we surpassed Japan, and our number is 3rd. The first number is USA, having the size of 78 lakh crore. The second number is China, 49 lakh crore, and India is 22 lakh crore. Now, I am very much sure about it. The way in which we are developing the technology in alternative fuel and biofuel, ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-LNG, CNG, electric and hydrogen. I have got the hydrogen car.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So in Delhi, I'm using that car. The name of the car is Mirai. The car is from the Toyota, and Mirai means future.
Yeah.
So the way in which we are, our particularly the new startup doing excellent job. Now because of the scrappings policy also, we will get that all type of important metals from that. But still it is a problem. But one thing I will tell you, it is very important thing for India. When we start electric vehicles, electric buses, electric car, electric scooter, the cost of lithium-ion battery was $150 per kilowatt per hour. Now today it comes to $55 per kilowatt per hour. So after 6 months, the cost of the petrol diesel vehicle as compared to the electric vehicle price will be less as compared with the petrol and diesel vehicle.
Wow.
The way in which now people are working on alternative chemistry. The IIT Young Talented Startup, they are working on lithium ion, they are working on aluminum ion, zinc ion, sodium ion. The different type of chemistry research is going on. And one thing is very important, there are more than 2 lakh startups now in India. I am sure in due course of time, they will find out the alternative for that. We have already got the PLI scheme there. For the solar cells, lot of people are investing. Even in automobile sector, for hydrogen filling stations and transport of hydrogen, we need some new technology, innovations, particularly in this field. We don't have that. So now we are trying to make how it can be easy for an Indian situation that we can make it. There are problems, but one thing is I'm sure that I always tell to people that there are some people who convert problems into opportunities and there are some people who convert opportunities into the problems.
Yes.
So let's be positive. It is a challenge, it is a difficult task, but due course of time, 100% we will got all type of solution on that.
Gadkari ji, we have also discussed earlier your pilot project on these flash charging of buses. And
Yes.
you are passionate about clean mobility, which you just said. You talked about the initiatives you're doing, green highways, etc. Tell us a little more about these projects which you're doing.
Actually, 3 important pillars of the society is ethics, economy, ecology and environment.
Yeah.
And we have the import of 22 lakh crores of fossil fuel. Our 85% dependence upon the import fuel. So this is the time that we need to find out alternative fuel and biofuel. I am from agriculture. So now we are making ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, LNG, CNG, electric and green hydrogen. And I feel that in due course of time, we will be in position that we can reduce our import. But still it's a big challenge. But at the same time, the green ecology and environment is very important. And the 40% of the air pollution where my ministry is responsible. That is the transport ministry. So now we have, just in Mumbai, just I seen that. I launched double-decker electric bus in Mumbai. So now there are a lot of buses, luxury buses. Now this flash charging buses, the basic flash charging technology from Tata and from Hitachi and Siemens. And we are now going to start the first pilot project in Nagpur. The capacity of that bus is 135 seats, the executive seats with TV camera, TV screen there. And there will be, just like air hostess in airline, there will be a bus hostess. Then everything you can get it. And every 40 kilometer, the charging will be there. When it comes to on the bus stop, within half minute, that flash charger will come down and bus will be charged. So first project in Nagpur, yesterday we received the tender. The Tata is the company who got the tender. And now that bus where we decided, we will reduce the cost of tickets by 30% in comparison with the diesel bus. And now the idea is to start this bus from Delhi to Chandigarh, Delhi to Dehradun. Now because of our highway, the right of way is with us. And now Delhi to Dehradun will be 2 hours. Delhi to Jaipur will be 2 hours. Delhi to Amritsar 4.5 hours. Delhi to Meerut, previously it was 4 hours. Now it is 45 minutes. So in the Bangalore-Chennai we are making highway. It will be only 2 hours. Mysore to Bangalore previously was 3 hours. Now it is only 1 hour. So on all this road, we are going to start this project. The capacity is equal to metro. And the cost of, Mr. Bhide is here. The cost of metro per kilometer is coming 350 to 450 crore rupees per kilometer. And with the same capacity, this bus cost is coming 2 crore rupees per kilometer. So it is to be very, very important for the city, 2-tier, 3-tier cities where we are going to start.
Sir, what will happen to the flights then? The short haul ones at least.
Actually, I remember when I was minister in Mumbai, I started construction of Mumbai-Pune Express Highway. And I declare that after completing this highway, the distance from Mumbai to Pune will be 2 hours. So there was a lot of editorial in the newspaper. What the minister is talking. These politicians are talking anything. But today, at that time, there was 8 flights between Mumbai to Pune from Jet Airways. From 2000, there is no flight
Right now,
from
there are
Mumbai
none.
to Pune.
Yeah, yeah.
And I am going to declare that before December, from Delhi to Dehradun, flight will be closed. Delhi to Jaipur, flight will be closed. And Delhi to Chandigarh, flight will be closed. Even Bangalore to Chennai, that flight will be closed. But they have got the different business. They can start new sectors.
And it will get replaced by obviously more greener option. So to
Yes.
say. Yeah, the chargeable buses.
So we are, Gadkari ji, at an evening which is honoring women achievers. We know about the kind of passion you have for women entrepreneurship and empowering women in your area as well as in your constituency. Tell us a little more about the fantastic work, because we've had a sneak peek into what you're doing in our earlier conversations, but I would like the audience to know the kind of work.
So your Dari initiative and the Sadi initiative.
Yes. Actually, what my feeling is, politics is an instrument of socio-economic reform.
Right.
I am also a member of parliament, but I am a social worker. So 90% I am doing social work. And in my social constructive project now, my turnover is 2,500 crore. So I am making sarees, then carpets. I just shown that I am giving that carpet to you.
Yeah.
That is from that ready-made garment west. And when I show that carpet to many people, how is the cost? Tell me 5,000, 10,000, 40,000. But the cost of that carpet is 400 rupees, and we are selling to 500 rupees. Now we are making sarees, silk sarees. So the printing is from Jharkhand. And now, just we have started, but there is a waiting list now. The cost of the saree is 12,000 rupees, but still we can't give to the people because there is a lot of waiting list. But now, we are now starting, already 15,000 ladies already trained. And my idea is not only giving employment to the ladies, but idea is to giving a cheaper good saree to the ladies also, in the particular lower class, lower middle class. So we are now making cotton saree. And the cost of saree in the market is 2,000 crore, but we have decided to sell it in 400 rupees, which is a good quality of cotton, good design. And that is going to helpful to also for the particular ladies in my area. We are also having 2,000 schools now in the Naxalite belt, where Ekal Vidyalaya we are doing. Then we are now, particularly I am in agriculture. I received 13 DLITs, doctorates, out of which 6 from agriculture. So the rural agriculture tribal area where we have done maximum work is there. So we are making a lot of things. Once you come and see all the projects.
Yes, we will.
Yes.
Sir, Fortune India list of most powerful women this year comprises of 100.
I can't understand why you are adding this powerful. Women are already powerful.
Obviously.
In the house, either any person, he may be a big man, but the powerful woman controlling all the things.
Absolutely right, sir.
So what would be your message to them, sir?
Actually, it is really great pleasure and pride me. That is, I already have your list. These are very excellent and jobs done by all these powerful women in their field. And now the social equality and economic equality is the mission for all of us. The way in which the particular, in all fields, either it is defense, either it is social work, either it is to be corporate sector, everywhere they are leading and they are very competent, they deserve. And the one thing which I appreciate, you encourage all these good ladies who are doing excellent jobs, to encourage them, to respect them. That is exactly important. It's a great inspiration and motivation for all the women that they can also do it. And their job, their contribution is very good.
So, former G20 Sherpa Amitabh Kant was with us earlier this evening. He made an important point about women and their contribution to the workforce. He made the point that there is, in terms of numbers, there is a lot of contribution and, in terms of the workforce where women are entering. But in terms of their contribution to GDP, it is still very low, around 18%. How does one improve the contribution of women in India's GDP overall?
Yeah.
Actually, in GDP in India, the 54% contribution from service sector and 22 to 24% from manufacturing sector and only 12% from agriculture sector. The problem is that where we need to have, and actually it is really a pre-thinking that I request all the sisters that they should think in that line, that in agriculture sector, the 65% population belongs to agriculture. Jal, Jameen, Jungle and Janwar. On the basis of that, if we have the good technology, successful practice in the world, we can make the miracles. Because I am already working in the rural agriculture and tribal sector. Now in the forest also, from bamboo, we can make the bamboo economy of at least, in China it is of 5 lakh crores now. In India it is just started. We are making crash barriers. 80 kilometers completed. From bamboo you can make achar, you can make cloth. Even the banyan and jerseys in bamboo are very good. So there are a lot of raw materials which are available, particularly in the jungle, we can make it. There we need more technology, appropriate technology, successful technology. And where, now just I am telling you the story of drone Didi. Now we have got the drones. And now because of drone, when we are using chemical fertilizer, the one bottle for urea, nano urea, and where 2 bags of urea. Now when we are using urea just throwing, the 75% is wastage and 25% is only going to the plant. But by drone, there is only 25% is wastage and 75% is going to the plant. So everywhere, just like farmer produce companies, there are self-help group from the ladies and they have drones. In a lot of area, now they are doing, even in the milk industry, particularly in Gujarat, there is a big success story. They are doing excellent jobs. So we need to identify the sectors in rural, agriculture, tribal and forest area where we can take the appropriate and best technology in the world. And by which if we can make the organization of women, 100% the economic viability is there, we can create more jobs and that is to be very important for the country. The dream of the Prime Minister to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat. Without making progress and development in the rural agriculture India, we cannot make Atmanirbhar Bharat. So there I feel that we need to have more concentration on that.
Sir, you have built massive infrastructure in the country. In fact, there has been a paradigm shift when it comes to construction, when it comes to implementation, when it comes to financing. But, what do you consider as your biggest achievement? And, how do you draw inspiration from your childhood days? You have told us the story of, when you used to go to your Nani's place in Tilakputla in Nagpur. How that came as a inspiration?
Actually, Mumbai is the inspiration for me. When I was minister, I don't have money. The first time in 95, 96, we decided to raise the funds from the capital market.
Right.
So at that time, Dhirubhai Ambani was there and Ratan Tata was my good friend. And both were telling me in a good sense, Nityan, who is going to give you the money? So even my chief minister, Manoj Joshi also was not able to give me the permission for that. So I request him, sir, please give me the permission. Maximum kya hoga? Main fail ho jaunga. And when we go for capital market, for 500 crore, we received 1100 crore. I am talking about 96, 97. For 600 crore, we get 1200 crore. And today, in the capital market, I don't have money problem.
Yeah.
My problem is expenditure. My problem is not resources. Even one monetize in our InvIT model, we launched one project. The time period was given for 7 days in Mumbai Stock Exchange. I was in Goa. In the first day, within 7 hours, it was oversubscribed for 7 times oversubscribed within 7 hours. So the money is not the problem. I am offering people good returns, and that returns goes to 16%. So now I want to make road from taking money from the poor people, the service class people, and no problem. The financial model is so successful.
So that is true participatory model from the people.
Yes. Sir, my total income is now 56,000 crore per year. After 2 years, my income will be 1,40,000 crore. And if I am going to monetize that and again make new roads, again, India has got the expertise how to increase the population and how to increase automobile number. So my economic viability is good. I don't have any problem for that.
Sir, what toll reforms? You have already announced a big one recently, but what more are we likely to expect, sir?
Actually, there will be no toll naka. Just your number plate and your fast tag will catch you the image of your car. And only they have to pay where they start and where they come from that road. Only that money they have to pay. And there will be no barriers, nothing is there. And now with 3,000 rupees pass for a year, they can enjoy 200 tolls. So there is no problem, it will be very cheaper because in social media, a lot of people are making joke about me, about toll, and people was very annoyed. But now one thing is important. I was always telling to the media people that if you want good services, you have to pay for it. So in Delhi, I was telling in media convention that why you are taking the hall of this 5-star hotel? Your choice, the alternative was there, Ramlila मैदान में बैठते हैं, वहीं चाय पीते हैं और इंटरव्यू करते हैं. तो अब अगर होटल में बैठेंगे तो you have to pay for it. But now we reduce the cost. Now people are very much happy about it.
But do you follow social media very closely, sir?
Yes, I got 3 lakhs rupees every month from YouTube, and my following is now going to 25 crores.
Wow.
But I am not very much media savvy. But I don't know, it is to be, I am lucky for that.
Sir, वो जो आता है YouTube से, वो भी सड़क में जाता है या कहाँ जाता है सर? मतलब
सर आजकल ये सोशल मीडिया ऐसी बनी है, कहीं गड्ढा भी होता है. प्रॉब्लम एक है कि मैं कोई भी मुंबई के कारपोरेशन के रोड पर भी गड्ढे आए तो लोग मुझे जिम्मेदार पकड़ के ट्वीट करते हैं. I am only responsible for national highway.
Right. You are the brand ambassador for roads.
There are state highway, there are district road, there are rural road, there are cities road. I am only responsible for national highway. But people, when they find anywhere problem is there, they criticize me.
So a truly grassroots politician, and as you can see, this conversation can go on and on and on. And it's a pleasure always to talk to Gadkari ji and meet him always. So we will come back to you for Poha, sir.
Yes,
we will do.
Thank you.
And look forward to having you with us again very soon. Thank you, and a very big round of applause for this fantastic gentleman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, good sirs, for a fantastic session. Before we move on to the moment you've all been waiting for, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our partners. Our banking partner, HSBC, a huge shout out for the welcome kit, courtesy HSBC Taj credit card. Now that's something everyone wants to get their hands on. Tourism partner, Rajasthan Tourism. Knowledge partner, Galgotias University. Skincare partner, Lavier. And our venue partner, this magnificent venue, Geo World Convention Center. And now, after hearing all of these profound stories and insights, it's the moment we've all been eagerly awaiting. It's time to honor the trailblazers, the innovators, and the visionaries who have truly redefined leadership. Get ready to celebrate excellence as we officially begin, and this will require a rapturous round of applause. Fortune MPW, 100 Most Powerful Women, the awards ceremony is going to begin. And for that, we'll need to follow a little bit of, well, housekeeping over here. Minister Gadkari ji, please can we have you back on stage? We'd also like to call on stage our Vice Chairman at RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Shashwat Goenka, and our Editor-in-Chief at Fortune India, Saurabh Majumdar. Can we also request one chair on stage? Just right here. Could we get right to the center? Are we ready for this? Right at the back. I had already informed all of you. Huge round of applause at the back so we know you guys can hear us. The sound systems are working, and that means it's time to celebrate finally. Our first award and our first mention on this illustrious list is none other than Smriti Irani, BJP politician and former Union Minister. Huge round of applause, please. Huge round of applause for Ms. Smriti Irani. The next award goes to the Reddy sisters. Can we please have on stage Sangeeta Reddy, Joint MD, Apollo Hospitals Enterprise. Sangeeta runs India's largest hospital chain. Over the next couple of years, Apollo plans to add another 2,000 beds to the existing 10,000 plus beds across 73 hospitals. The hospital chain has also scaled Apollo 24/7 to make it the largest omni-channel digital healthcare company in India with over 14 million users. That's no mean feat. A huge round of applause, please, for Sangeeta Reddy. The next award goes to Kavya Kalanidhi Maran, ED and CEO, Sun TV Network and Sunrisers Hyderabad. A huge round of applause, please, for Kavya. She's been instrumental in redefining one of India's largest broadcasting groups, the Sun TV Network. She's been instrumental as well in carving out its digital strategy, especially that of FM radio and the content play of the network's OTT platform. She's also the CEO of IPL franchise Sunrisers Hyderabad, Kavya Kalanidhi Maran. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? All right, moving on. The next award goes to none other than one of our fellow panelists on this stage, Ritu Gangrade Arora, CEO and CIO, Allianz Investment Management Asia Pacific. Can we please have Ritu on stage? Under her leadership, the company has scaled up from $32 billion in 2017 to $50 billion in 2024. In the past year, the company hit new milestones in India. A huge round of applause for Ritu Arora. The next name on the list is none other than Prabha Narasimhan, Managing Director and CEO, Colgate-Palmolive India. A huge round of applause, please. When Prabha took over as MD and CEO of Colgate-Palmolive India in 2023, her task was to ensure that the country's most sought-after oral care brand, Colgate, performed to its potential. And that she did. Despite being sold in 6.5 million retail stores, there was something that needed to be fixed. With path-breaking product launches and recrafting of the existing portfolio, Narasimhan in the past 2 years has ensured the highest PAT, a strong top line and bottom line growth the company has seen in recent years. A huge round of applause, please, for Prabha Narasimhan. The next award goes to Ashwini Bhide, Principal Secretary to Maharashtra Chief Minister and MD, Mumbai Metro Rail. Of course, we had a fascinating session on stage, and we found out that Ashwini, of course, has played a pivotal role in advancing Mumbai's urban infrastructure, notably overseeing the implementation of the Aqua Line in the Mumbai Metro Rail. And if you haven't traveled on that already, I urge you do. Can we also have one of our star panelists now on stage? The next award goes to Monica Shergill, VP Content, Netflix India. The heartwarming stories of her streaming platform have resonated not just in India, but across the world. Netflix India's 2024 blockbuster show Hira Mandi, The Diamond Bazaar, reigned in the top 10 shows as many as 70 countries, and more importantly, Netflix India became the second largest contributor of revenue globally for the American streaming platform. A huge round of applause for Monica Shergill. Our next award is a very special social media sensation and an absolute top business leader, Radhika Gupta, MD and CEO, Edelweiss Mutual Fund. She is the only woman CEO of the mutual fund industry, a pioneer in women financial inclusion. A huge round of applause, please, for Radhika Gupta. The next award goes to none other than Aditi Khare Panandikar, Managing Director, Indigo Remedies. Under her leadership, Indoco has evolved into a $180 million company with 11 world-class manufacturing facilities, an R&D center in Navi Mumbai, and a clinical research organization in Hyderabad that caters to global markets. A huge round of applause for Aditi Khare Panandikar. It's the ones in the back seats that are most active. I think we need to give you an award as well, guys. Thank you so much, ma'am. Well, our photographers need that best shot, and that they got. The next award goes to Alicia Mopin, Managing Director and Group CEO, Aster DM Healthcare GCC. Alicia is responsible for managing the strategic direction and development of the company, along with spearheading the expansion of the group into new markets. And the next award is someone who needs no introduction, an absolute boss woman, legal luminary, Zia J. Modi, co-founder, AZB and Partners. A huge round of applause for ma'am. The flow of marquee deals continues for the country's ace corporate lawyer, Zia Modi, co-founder and managing partner, AZB and Partners. Thank you, ma'am, for inspiring so many of us, and thank you for joining us today. The next award goes to Amisha Vora, Chairperson and Managing Director, PL Capital Group, Prabhu Das Leeladhar. Obviously, a top panelist from our evening. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us, and a huge congratulations and a big round of applause, please. The next award goes to Ananya Birla, founder and chairperson and director, Swatantra Microfin and Birla Cosmetics. A huge round of applause, please, for Ananya. Ananya finds inspiration in the everyday struggles and triumphs of common people. Her venture, Swatantra Microfin, which provides microloans to women entrepreneurs in rural India, is one of India's largest microfinance companies. Thank you, Ananya. Congratulations, and a huge round of applause, please, for Ananya Birla. And the next name on the list, any guesses? Well, I have the list, so you won't be able to guess this one. A very special name, Devina Mehra, chairperson and MD at First Global. In a career spanning over 3 decades, Mehra has built a reputation for data-driven investment decisions and a sharp analytical mindset that challenges conventional market wisdom. Under her asset management firm, First Global became a pioneer in using tech like AI and machine learning for investment decisions. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a warm round of applause for our winner? Another one of our star panelists from earlier in the evening, none other, the next name on the list, Devita Saraf, founder, chairperson and CEO at The View Group. Devita, can we have you on stage? Now, as all of you know, Devita is the founder, chairperson and CEO of The View Group and pioneer of bringing luxury to the technology industry. I mean, you have to have been living under a rock if you haven't seen one of those View TVs either in your offices or your homes. Honestly, an assimilation and integration of tech like we haven't seen with any other homegrown brand in the country. A huge round of applause for Devita Saraf. And from one top tech titan to another, our next name on the list is Jaya Jagdish, country head and senior VP, AMD India. Jaya was instrumental in establishing AMD's development center in Bengaluru, building a robust team that has significantly contributed to the company's global CPU roadmap. A huge round of applause, please, for Jaya Jagdish. And the next award goes to Jayanti Khan Chauhan, Vice Chairperson, Bisleri International. Jayanti runs India's largest bottled water brand, and no marks for guessing there, Bisleri, of course, synonymous with how we view water and bottled water in the country. While her father was instrumental in educating the average consumer about the importance of clean drinking water, Jayanti is taking this legacy to the next level. And for that, we need everyone from the front to the back, really setting the roof on fire with a huge round of applause, please. Thank you, ma'am. If you saw me taking down notes, at least using AI or not, in our panel discussion, the last one on content, well, someone who was honestly so bedazzling in terms of some of those insights is our next awardee. None other than Jyoti Deshpande, President, Media and Content Business, Reliance Industries Limited. With an enviable list of hits such as Lapata Ladies, Shaitan and Street 2, it's a long list, but I'm going to keep it short and sweet. Jyoti Deshpande is now getting ready to take India's largest film studio global, like we were talking about previously on that panel. Her ambition is to take Indian stories to the global audience beyond the diaspora. A huge round of applause for Jyoti Deshpande. It's a very interesting next couple of awardees we have with us, and I'm going to start off with Jyotsna Suri, Chairperson and Managing Director, the Lalit Suri Hospitality Group. Can we please have Jyotsna on stage? And I'll tell you in 20 seconds why this one's even more special. Jyotsna has not just built a high-quality hospitality business of scale, she's also instrumental in making her organization a truly inclusive place to work. Thank you, ma'am. Can I request you to stay on stage because now we need to do the final big reveal. Our next awardee is someone very special as well. Shraddha Suri Marva, CMD at Subros. And this is a special moment to have both of you all on stage together for this award. Two top awardees on stage, that means 2x the applause. Come on, that much. Itna to banta hai, guys. I'll give them 2x the time to take the photo as well. Thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. And the next award goes to Manisha Girotra, CEO, Moelis India. She brings over 30 years of investment banking experience, orchestrating cross-border M&As across industries is her forte. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And the next big name on this illustrious list by Fortune India Most Powerful Women is Meghna Agarwal, co-founder IndiCube. A huge round of applause because Meghna is the force behind flexible co-working spaces in India, really the need of the hour. IndiCube's vibrant workspaces have indeed helped in bringing out the best of new age Indians. Gen Z or millennials, everyone knows IndiCube. And for that, we need a rapturous round of applause for Meghna. Now, this is a very sweet introduction on the list. Everyone, put your hands up very quickly. Who enjoys a nice brownie at Theobroma? That's most of the audience. I am not giving you those at the end of this show, but we are getting the founders on stage. The Mesman sisters, Kainaz Mesman, will be joining us on stage. The co-founder at Theobroma. Honestly, this is a brand that has found its way in all our hearts. Their chocolate chip brownies are delectable. Kainaz, we thought you'd be coming with the brownies as well, but this will do. From their first cafe here in Mumbai to many more across the country, I know people in Delhi were anxiously waiting for it, and now they line up outside Theobroma as well. We have Theobroma across the country, and the Theobroma sisters have played a role in really popularizing cafe culture in India. Huge round of applause if you want your brownies. Brownie points registered. The next award goes to Pratibha Mohapatra, VP and Managing Director at Adobe India. Yet another top tech name on the list, the first woman vice president and MD at Adobe India. She has been instrumental in making India the second largest hub outside the United States with 8,500 employees. India has emerged as Adobe's best performing region in APAC in recent years. A huge round of applause, please, for Pratibha Mohapatra. The next award goes to Preeti Bajaj, CEO and Managing Director at Luminous Power Technologies. Her promise to her customers is to provide efficient and optimized energy solutions. You heard some of that on the panel, one of our best speakers of the evening. And largely, this is inverters and batteries. The company is expanding and globalizing and prioritizing making in India for the world. And for that, we need to make that applause here at the Jio Convention Center. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, man. Huge congratulations to you. Now, we have a bunch of surprises pulling rabbits out of our hats, and there's another special one coming up next as well. Can we please have Shona Chauhan and Nadia Chauhan, CEO, Joint MD and CMO at Parle Agro. The Chauhan sisters, the Chauhan siblings have transformed the Indian beverage market with innovative launches. We all know the product they started off with, Fruity, in 1985. The FMCG major now offers products such as Appy, Beefizz, Smooth, Bailey. The list goes on. The company has launched flavored milk products under the Smooth brand, which I always seem to pick up at the airport. and a Jeera masala flavored carbonated drink as well, which is what's happening. Everyone seems to be getting into that space, and they're doing extremely well. For that, we need a huge round of applause as well. And 2Xs, that's the rule. 2X is the rule, guys. All right, we were trying to continue in the spirit of bringing you two awardees together, but we do have a special awardee on the list. The award goes to the Shankar sisters. We have Nirupa Shankar joining us here from the Brigade Group. A huge round of applause, please, for Nirupa Shankar. These are individual photographs, very special moments, but the iconic MVP moment is when all the winners will come on stage shortly in another 5 minutes. So I request all of you all to wait, and please take that very, very special photograph with dignitaries on stage. And now I said 2X, maybe let's multiply that by another 2. 100X applause for our next awardee, none other than Smeenu Jindal, MD at Jindal SAW Limited. An unrelenting warrior of inclusion with an undying fire in her heart to see an inclusive and accessible world. Ms. Smeenu Jindal is first and foremost a visionary entrepreneur and the first lady entrant in India to do her gender proud by breaking the glass ceiling in the steel, oil and gas sector. Can we please have a huge round of applause for Smeenu Jindal. Thank you so much, ma'am. And the next award goes to Soumya Rajan, founder and CEO at Waterfield Advisors. A huge round of applause, please. We are reaching and building towards a crescendo, and we need all of you all to be a part of this celebration. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And the next name on the illustrious Most Powerful Women Fortune India list is Sulajja Firodia Motwani, founder and CEO, Kinetic Green Energy and Power Solutions. Sulajja is shaping India's EV journey. Under her leadership, Kinetic Green has become a leading manufacturer of electric three-wheelers, including autos and buggies. Congratulations, Sulajja. Thank you so much. All right, another top panelist from the evening. No marks for guessing. The next name on the list and the next awardee is Vaishali Nigam Sinha, co-founder and chairperson, Renew and Sustainability. Vaishali is one of India's frontline warriors in the country's quest for pole position in the global green energy and green transition efforts. As co-chair Finance and Infrastructure Task Force at B20 and co-chair of the World Economic Forum's Clean Air Alliance, Sinha has been at the forefront of some of the critical conversations shaping global policies for the future of climate action. A huge round of applause, please, for Vaishali Nigam Sinha. Okay, we are now coming to that crescendo I was talking about, the ultimate award. And the last name on the list, but not the least, is Vinati Saraf Mutreja, MD and CEO, Vinati Organics. And I believe her sister Viral will be collecting the award on her behalf. So we need to make this an even louder round of applause so that she can hear this through the microphones and speakers wherever they are. Ever since Vinati took over her family business in 2006, she has grown the leading Indian specialty chemicals company from 6 crores to an over 1,000 crore entity. You know, now this is the moment I've been waiting for, and I'm guessing the dignitaries on stage as well. In a very orderly fashion, the celebration will now move to the stage. Can I please have all the winners with their awards to please join us here on stage for a group photograph? And we could start off. Naren from our photography team will be arranging everyone. I promise you it's not in height order, but it is in a way that we can grab and capture the moment all together from the 3rd step onwards. Now this is a special moment. So can we put our hands together, please? Because you're getting the whole superstar lineup here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Fortune India's MPW, the 100 most powerful women, here on stage. A huge round of applause, please. This is a special moment. Congratulations, ladies, and thank you so much. Sir, thank you. Mr. Gadkari, Shashwat, Saurav, thank you so much for being on stage as well. Thank you for being a lovely audience, everyone, and for supporting us throughout. More importantly, a huge thank you to our partners, our banking partner, HSBC. Also a huge shout out for the welcome kit and the stuff they've done outside. Mind-blowing stuff. The HSBC Taj credit card. You must check it out. The lounge is really looking super cool and slick. Rajasthan Tourism, our tourism partner. Galgotias University, our knowledge partner. Lavier, our skincare partner. And most importantly, this magnificent venue that we are at, honestly, an architectural marvel. We're talking about the public infrastructure in the city. This is something that becomes a landmark for us. The Geo World Convention Center, a huge thank you. Thank you all, like I said, for being a lovely audience. I'm your host for the evening, Ayush Alavadi, saying thank you, and we'll see you again very soon.